Good morning, everybody. It's Brian Nimhauser here with another episode of Hawk Blogger Mornings. It is a Tuesday and the second day of NFL free agency. Well, at least the tampering period is in its second day. Officially, the league year starts tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific time. And Unfortunately, today starts off on a sour note. It's going to be a bit of a joint therapy session for Seahawks fans as once again, the Seahawks are unable to secure a offensive lineman that by many accounts was their top target in this free agent class for offensive linemen. Will Fries signs a 5-year, $88 million deal with the Minnesota Vikings. There is pretty fierce competition for Fries between the Giants, the Cardinals, the Patriots, the Vikings, and the Seahawks, as reported by Albert Breer. And ultimately, the Seahawks lose. They lose. And they might have lost a lot more than a player. We'll talk about all this. We got plenty of time. We're going to probably do a semi-marathon again today. I don't expect it to be quite as news-filled as yesterday. And since I'm starting so early, I'm definitely going to have to step away to do a few things. So I will leave the show running and people can hang out and chat like we did yesterday. But I'll kind of be a little bit more in and out than I was yesterday. So just keep that in mind. But I think people enjoyed having this up as a companion for their day even when I wasn't here to do the talking, but we will keep an eye on that, and hopefully people will stick around. Believe it or not, folks, over 33,000 people watched yesterday. That was amazing. It was great to have that kind of engagement. I think there's at least a few thousand, like 1,000 plus people on at the same time, most of the time, and that was without Twitter working. So that was great. Fun to have you all, and certainly a really, really important time for the Seahawks. I'm going to go into some specifics about where they stand, where they can go next in just a minute. But let's just start with a reality. And I want to just ground everybody in a reality. If you had heard of Will Fries, if he had been a guy that you were a big fan of before this free agency period started, you were in a very, very small club. Most people, not only in the Seahawks fan base, not most people across the NFL have never heard of Will Fries. And this was a guy that, just to be clear, and I'll pull open his player card here in a second. He was a late round draft pick out of Penn State, played for the Colts. Yeah, he was a 7th round draft pick, 250th overall selection. He had never had a PFF grade above 61 in any prior year before last year. He then played 5 games to start last year. He played 268 snaps, and he played really, really well in those 5 games. There's no denying it. There are people that felt like he was maybe one of the best run blocking offensive linemen in football for those first 5 games. So that's where he made a name for himself, and those 5 games made him $88 million, over $17 million a year. So I want to separate out Will Fries, the reality, from Will Fries, the myth, because this guy is he might turn out to be everything he looked like in those 5 games. He also may turn out to be one of the biggest free agency blunders in history. That's the truth. And that's the situation that so many teams find themselves in today. They're so desperate for interior offensive line play that they will pay almost $18 million a year for a guy that's played 5 good games. That's the truth about Will Fries. Now, I think that for Seahawks fans, his name could have been Joe Schmo. It doesn't matter. I think that's missing the point. For Seahawks fans, he is just the latest symbol, the latest example of the Seahawks being either unwilling or unable to secure premium offensive line targets in free agency. And everyone is going to go back to John Schneider's words that he's trying to get past the overdrafted and overpaid meme from last season. Because the Seahawks have plenty of cap space. They have plenty to spend. So at some point, the Seahawks said, "Uncle." That's the expectation here. If there was this much of a competition, if the Seahawks were in it, which all reports are that they were, then this did come down to money. This isn't, I don't think, a situation where you can say, well, maybe he didn't want to play here. Maybe he doesn't want to come to the Northwest. You've heard me talk about that. With Drew Dahlman, I 100% think that that was a factor, not necessarily about the Northwest, but he wanted to go to Chicago. And there is probably some I'm kind of looking up. There's probably some aspect of that with Will Fries. He grew up in New Jersey. So I don't know that he has any big ties to Minnesota. Obviously went to Penn State. But not a West Coast guy, so maybe that plays somewhat of a role. He's a little closer to family, certainly in the Midwest, than he would be in the Northwest. But the reason I kind of discount this notion of it was him choosing one city over another or one team over another is all those teams were involved. And so even if he preferred one city or one team over another, that means that there was probably a number that if the Seahawks had met, he would have come to Seattle. The fact that he is not coming to Seattle, I think, is a choice, ends up being a choice by John Schneider and the Seahawks. And they better hope it was the right choice, because it's getting pretty thin. Another deal that happened last night before Will Fries was signed was James Daniels, the other 27-year-old guard who was had basically the same season. Okay, I told you about Will Fries and his games. By the way, he had 4 good games last year. His game against the Bears, he only had a 63 grade and he had a 49 pass block grade. So 4 good games, $88 million. So Will Fries, 27 years old, had an 86.9 overall grade, 74.9 pass block, 84.9 run block. He was the number 3 overall zone blocking guard in the NFL for the amount of snaps that he had. All right. James Daniels, 27 years old, roughly the same age, like 4 months older, something like that. He played 4 games last year. He had a 92.9 grade in those 4 games. He had a 66.5 pass block grade and a 92.5 run block grade. He was the number 1 zone blocking guard in the time that he played. He also got injured. So Will Fries was coming off a tibia injury. James Daniels was coming off Achilles. Now, the Achilles is definitely more concerning than the tibia injuries. Bones versus tendons, very different recovery, very different prognosis of how it'll affect your future. I'm not a doctor, but this is just from paying attention to a lot of injuries over the years in professional sports. So it's more serious injury, more serious concern for James Daniels, but a very similar arc. And in fact, I would say James Daniels has been in the league since 2018. He's played a lot more football. You have a lot more awareness of what he is. He's had other years. In 2021 with the Bears, he had a 71.8 grade, 72.9 run block. He's had a few years where he was a solidly above average guard in the NFL. And the Dolphins signed him to a 3-year, $24 million deal. It's like $8 million a year at the top. It's probably less than that. Now there's risk, but tell me you wouldn't feel better if the Seahawks hadn't taken a flyer on James Daniels versus where they sit right now. Wouldn't be surprised if they had a medical flag on him to where they said he wasn't on their board. Like, that's possible, but that doesn't really change the fact of the matter that he went to Miami, another tends to be an outside zone team. Same, Mike McDaniel offense versus Clint Kubiak, but similar tree. And he gets a deal that's pretty cheap. So both of those guys are off the board. And now we got to talk about what's left. I was going to do this before the show, but I figured I think all of us just want to hang out and talk this through. So we'll do it together. Let me pull this onto the screen and you'll watch me build it as we do it together. If you haven't already, give the show a like, click subscribe. I would greatly appreciate that. And click the little bell to get notified when we go live. Let me pull this up. All right. Here we go. Put this on screen and let's do that. I'll edit this a little bit. So get our branding showing nicely. There we go. And then let me make this a little bit bigger so you all can see what I'm doing here. All right. Whoops. Oh my gosh. I'm zooming in so my control gets a little bit less here. All right. Here we go. Hopefully, let me check to see if that is big enough that you guys can see it. Can make it a little bit bigger. Let's make it a little bit bigger. All right, and we're gonna look at this group of guards together, okay? So, as I said, oh my God, it's gonna jump around like that? That's not fun. This is kind of the state of this position group, and I just have dropped some people in here. There's some other people we'll look at, but these are the guys that are gone. Let me put this in here so you can see what they were. This is just their 2024 grade. 2024 pass block, 74.9, run block, 84.9, zone blocking, Gonna look at guards. Will Fry's was 91.2. Okay. 91.2. It's going to be painful, but we got to do it. We got to see what we're talking about here. James Daniels. He was a pass block grade of 66.5. And by the way, I'm not saying that these are definitive, like they're just PFF grades, but they're at least directionally interesting to me. His run block grade 92.5. This is James Daniels, and his zone blocking grade 93.2. Number 1 in the NFL. Yikes. All right, so these guys are gone. All right. Bye-bye. So now let's look at some other options. Let's look at Tevin Jenkins. All right, Tevin Jenkins next up on the list. There we go. Played for the Bears last year and all years in his career. And they've decided to replace him with Jonah Jackson and with Joe Thuney. So he is also 27. He literally just had his birthday like a week ago. And his grades, his pass block grade, 75.8. So highest so far. His run block grade, 74.3. Not bad, not great. His run blocking grade in zone, this is zone run blocking grade, is, we're scrolling. Where are you, Tevin? Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Where is Tevin? Okay, 70.5. Not great, not terrible, but solidly above average. So that's a decent option. His biggest issue, if you don't know Tevin Jenkins, everyone says he's a good player. He's just injured a lot. So Tevin Jenkins played, let's see. He played most of the season last year. He missed maybe a couple of games, but he has not played a season where he's played over, 1,000 snaps, for example. James Daniels has. He was a second-round selection of the Bears, played for Oklahoma State, 39th pick overall. So a talented player. Don't get it twisted with him. He's talented. His biggest issue is injury, and his injuries don't tend to be, they're not like, tendon injuries. He just has trouble staying on the field. So let's look at Mekhi Becton, who I think probably would get the most excitement out of Seahawks fans, but he is now going to probably be the next guy that's going to be bid up quite high. And where does he show up? Well, pass block grade, not great, guys, 60.1, even with the Eagles last year. Run block grade, 70.3. So even though felt like he was this big mauler, not the greatest run block grade. And then his zone blocking grade is interesting, though. This surprised me. I looked it up earlier. 17th overall in his position. He had a zone blocking grade that was similar to Robert Hunt, who signed a huge deal, similar to Joe Thuney. So I think he's an option. I don't know if they're going to, he's not really the kind of guy that they've targeted. So I don't think, he's just 363 pounds. This guy is a, former, really was drafted to be a tackle. He is only 25, which he's going to turn 26 in April, but 6'7", 360 pounds. I just don't know if that's really what they have in mind. I wouldn't mind it, but I just don't know if that's an option. The upside with Becton is he does provide some positional versatility. He was a terrible tackle. Although his first year in New York, he had a pretty good year as a tackle. He had a 74 grade, 76 pass block, 74 run block. So he was the 11th overall selection. There is obviously athleticism there. So maybe he provides a little bit of flexibility and you get a little 2-for-1 on the tackle front, but I just don't know. I'm not sure I believe the Seahawks are in on him. So let me bring up Mr. Zeitler, who I know Seahawks fans have been pining after for a long time. And I'm just checking real quick to see if there's any other teams to monitor. As of right now, Yeah, okay. I think we're good to keep doing this. All right. So Kevin Zeitler, 35 years old, not young. His pass block grade last year was 71.8. His run block grade, 87.2. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. And where was he as a zone blocker? He was 85.7. That is the fifth ranked zone blocker. He was basically the same quality of a zone blocking guard as Quentin Nelson last year. So yeah, he's interesting. I mean, he's 35. I think the case you'd make for Zeitler is he's definitely the most surefire thing as a guard, even at that age. He's still playing at a high level. The thing is, you'd say, all right, you sign him to a 1 year deal, and you go heavy in the draft, and you try to make sure you've got either next year you go back into free agency, or you you really develop your young guys and they're ready to step forward. More of them, you draft more this year. You have already some guys on the roster. So I think Zeitler would be a fine add. He's just not a long-term solution. All right, let's talk about Brandon Scherff. Okay. Brandon Scherff. Mr. Scherff is 33 years old. He is a former 5th overall pick. Last time you had a guard selected in the top 5 was Brandon Scherff in 2015. He is clearly in decline. This guy used to be very good for the Washington Commanders, but is no longer very good. He had a good pass block grade, so he's a good pass protector still, but his run block grade was all the way down to 57.3 last year. And if I look up Mr. Scherff, what am I missing here? Brandon. Is he not listed? Oh, that's not good news. Let's have more showing here. Oi, oi, oi. Brandon Scherff, 51.6 zone blocking grade. That ranked 92 out of 101 guards. One of the worst zone blocking guards in football last year. Not sure he's a good fit, folks. But we got to put him on the board. All right. Brandon Scherff, old, decaying, not a good zone blocker. I don't think that's a good one. Will Hernandez, who's one of my favorites, but is coming off a pretty serious injury. So he also, similar to Daniels and Fries, only had 5 games last year. So that was the first time he's been a rock. He's played 1,000 snaps, 4 different seasons. Again, 29 years old. He will turn 30 in September. I'll look into his injury stuff a little bit more, but his pass blocking grade, 74.2. His run blocking grade, 66.0. And, oh, come on. Why are you being silly like this? Okay. And his zone blocking, let's find out. This is the thing I was worried about. Let's see where he shows up. Will Hernandez has a 64.3 zone blocking grade. That ranks 56 out of 101 guards. So again, not a great fit. Also coming off an injury. And if I look up what his injury was, I think it was ligament. What was his injury? He had a knee injury. Let's see if I can get details on what the knee injury was. Does not does not say. Just says knee injury from what I can see. Yeah, I'm not. If someone else sees the details, let me know. But in any event, it is ligament related. If you got a knee injury, you're already a guy that's not the most mobile. I don't know that that makes sense for them in free agency. So I think that you're really talking about these three guys as your targets. And I'll kind of put them like, let's pick it. That's fine, whatever. These are the guys I think you got to keep an eye on. And between these three, honestly, I think Zeitler might be the best move where you're going to get better on your offensive line right away and you're pretty sure of it. It just means that you're going to be short term. So I think Zeitler is probably the move. Becton's a guy that's appealing. I don't know if I see them. He's not a good enough fit that they're going to spend what it costs. Because I would bet Becton is going to cost similar to what Fry's cost. Like, I think he's going to make up around that at his age, with his draft history, with, being part of a Super Bowl team. That's my guess. I could be off, but that's my guess. So I really think it could be down to Tevin Jenkins and Zeitler for the Seahawks. Jenkins, like, these guys are there's going to be a lot of competition. All the teams that did not get Will Fries or James Daniels are going to be in. So that's the Giants, that's the Patriots. The Bengals are a team that I know are looking hard at guard. There's going to be a lot of competition for these guys. And if you don't get one of these three, I think you're in serious, serious trouble. Serious trouble. So, I'm kind of looking around. Sorry, I'm seeing everyone pontificate online, but I wanted to check to see if there's actually any news. Man, I'm going to have to mute somebody who covers the team because, my God, they're just okay, let's see if I do that. They're better. Yes. Okay. Much better. All right. So here's the reality. John Schneider has to sign one of these guys. He has to do it. And he has to do it to a point where it's very uncomfortable if he has to spend all sorts of money to do it. You just got to do it. Because here's the alternative. There's a sorry, I'm just checking that the Eagles just made a trade. They sent safety CJ Gardner-Johnson to the Texans for Kenyon Green, a guard. Kenyon Green. So let's look up Kenyon Green. I'm kind of curious. Anytime the Eagles make a move for a player at the offensive line spot, I would be hesitant to make that move. The Texans drafted this guy in the first round, 15th overall selection in 2022. He's 6'4", 323. He played 823 snaps in 2022. Then he was apparently missed the next season. Played 582 snaps last year. Had an awful grade, 38.6. I'm not sure I've seen a guy with a grade that low. So truly awful grade for Kenyon Green. But the Eagles feel pretty good about their ability to develop linemen. So we'll find out if this is the latest of Howie Roseman dunking on the league. I assume that they're expecting them to lose Mekhi Becton. But here's the thing. Let's separate out PR and implications of let's see if I can make this. I think that's a little bit better. Separate out the PR implications and the fan engagement implications versus the reality of it, like developing the football team. From a PR standpoint, pretty much nothing that they do, if they don't sign one of these guys, even if they do, I think there's going to be some disappointment. If they get Becton, PR, huge win. People will be excited. They'll talk about how big he is, how good he used to be, and he played for the Eagles. I'm not sure he's even the best of these three options. I'm not even sure he's the second best, to be honest, of these three options I've highlighted. But from a fan engagement, they'll be excited. If they get one of these others, Kevin Zeitler, I think there'll be a lot of like, okay, he's good, but he's old, but he's good. So I think there'll be like mediocre reaction to that. I don't think Tevin Jenkins, most people won't know. They'll talk up a little bit, but I don't think they'll feel super great about it. So I think from a PR standpoint, they're already kind of in a challenge, but at least there'll be something that people can point to, the Seahawks can point to. Hey, we spent money. We got a good guy. This is not a $1.5 million Laken Tomlinson deal. But from a football standpoint, because honestly, in the end, that's what matters. You can win the PR game, you can win the offseason, but how's it going to actually play out on the field? I'm one of the only guys that's going to tell you, and I'm putting this out there, and I've been putting this out there, I'm higher on the ceiling and the development potential of some of the players already on the roster for the Seahawks offensive line. I think Christian Haynes, let me go back and show you. We've got plenty of time. I will tell you about this. But Christian Haynes was an exceptional zone blocking guard at Connecticut. One of the best in college football. And this system, I think, is going to just absolutely fit him so much better than what was last year. And he wasn't that bad last year. He just, like, they had him kind of in and out. Like, it wasn't a great way to be added to the NFL. So I think there's a very real chance Christian Haynes can make a big leap forward in year two. And I don't say that, like, I want the Seahawks to win as much as anybody else, if not more. So I'm not like trying to convince myself of this. This is what I believe. So I do believe that Christian Haynes is really set up well for this new change. I really liked how Satawa Lamea played last year. I love the fire he plays with. I love the physicality. I think he's a pro. I think he's going to put in a great offseason. I think he is also going to really benefit from the opportunity to be coached by these guys and have really solid coaching with a really specific scheme and exactly how you're supposed to play it. And I also would call it with Satawa Lamea, he's a little bit less fleet-footed than Christian Haynes, but he played tackle. Satawa Lamea played tackle as well in college, and he was, he's a good athlete, I guess is my point. If you can play tackle at any level, you're someone that can move your feet reasonably well. So I like Satawa Lamea. I like Christian Haynes. I think Anthony Bradford's out. But I think between Lamea and Haynes, I think you have two potentially promising guard prospects. I also think Jalen Sundell, people are going to laugh. Jalen Sundell was a backup tackle at times for the Seahawks last year. They love his athleticism. He can play all 5 spots. I think he could be a very good guard, center. Like, he could play multiple positions for the Seahawks, and I think he could really compete. So I think that's 3 guys already on the roster that are young, that are going to get the best coaching that they've had, and I think really fit what the Seahawks are going to try to do. To give you some idea, when I talk about Christian Haynes, um, in all of college football, in his senior season, in all of college football, he was the third highest graded zone blocking guard in college football. 89.2 grade as a zone blocking guard at UConn his senior season. We had C-Mike Spin Move, Griff, on, and Griff Sturgeon came on. He said he got inbounds from the UConn coaching staff that they were so excited for Christian Haynes when they got news that Clint Kubiak and John Benton were hired here, because it is such a better fit for what Christian Haynes is good at. So again, let me back up. What's the story I'm telling here? Separate out PR. There is zero, like, the Seahawks are going to get Mariners-like treatment. John Schneider is going to get Jerry DiPoto-like treatment if they don't sign a good guard in free agency, period. Like, there is nothing else that will address that other than, I mean, maybe people are saying maybe there's a trade you could make. People aren't trading good guards. Like, they're just not. And what are you going to trade? Like, I just don't see it. Could happen, but I don't think so. So with that, if you don't sign a guy in free agency, this is kind of the path I'm talking us through. I do believe that there's John Schneider might not last to see it. By the way, Daniel Jones, quarterback, just signed with the Colts. So we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about that, but that's news coming out right now. So there is absolutely a path where the Seahawks say, you know what, we are not going to spend the top money on guys that aren't that good. We're going to develop our own. We've invested in multiple, like 4 different coaches that are offensive line and run game related. Rick Dennison and John Benton and Outen and like all these guys, right? So now I think there's a chance where you've got Charles Cross, Abe Lucas, who I think are good tackles. I think that there's some question about center. But as I said, Jalen Sundell and Oluwatimi can battle that out, and you can also go at the draft there. And then you've got some guards that are young and I think have some upside. And now you've got 5 picks in the first 92. You could go in there, and if you come out of that draft with Donovan Jackson, Gray Zabel, or Donovan Jackson, Tate Ratledge, or Tate Ratledge and Jared Wilson, I think that you could be building a really good young offensive line, but it will take a few years. It'll probably take not this next season for it to come to fruition. And I don't know if John Schneider can survive that. So I think that he needs to sign one of these guys. And if I was John Schneider and I wanted to just nail it, I would go get Kevin Zeitler right now with everything I've got. He's the veteran you need. He'd be a leader in the room right away. He would be the surest bet of giving you a very solid player. He also would be old enough that he would be able to come off your books the following season and let one of your young guards step forward, or you go back into free agency and look again. But if I'm in his shoes, that's what I do. Because Tevin Jenkins, good player, he is an injury risk. Mekhi Becton, interesting player. He could be like Anthony Bradford from a pass blocking perspective. Like, there's real challenges there, and you could see him whiffing. And yes, it might be nice for John Schneider to say, yeah, like, Be great to win the offseason from a PR perspective with Mekhi Becton, but then as soon as the games start, and if Mekhi Becton's getting beat regularly for sacks, then the story just swings right back to John Schneider can't identify the right guys. So, might be worth, let me take a look. Let me see. There's one more name that I think may be worth me putting on here. Let me take a look, because he'll probably come up anyway, and why not? Sure, we'll put him on this list as well. Let's put Dalton Risner, the Rizzer, on this list. He is 29. He had a 76.1 pass block grade, a 58.8 run block grade. And as far as zone blocking, he was 63.2, which ranked 59th out of 101. So below Will Hernandez. But above Brandon Scherf. I mean, I think Brandon Scherf has to be off your board. Like, I can't imagine unless they know something or whatever, but he just seems like a really bad fit and really is declining. So unless it was an effort related thing, which also brings up questions, I just think Scherf doesn't make sense. To me, Zeitler's the move. I mean, I'd be open to either of these other guys, but Zeitler be the move. Jenkins is the guy that has maybe the most longevity options there. And Becton certainly is young and interesting, but you are taking a bit of a risk that he's going to fit. So this is the list, guys. This is the list. And I think the Seahawks don't have a lot of wiggle room. Now, wow, Daniel Jones gets $17.7 million with the Colts. That is not just a pure backup quarterback salary. Anthony Richardson's got some genuine competition. So, as I look through, a note here that I'm seeing, let's see if it's from a credible source. I don't know how. Yeah. Anyway, there's a note here that the market for Tevin Jenkins is cold. Tells you what the league thinks of him. I don't know if that's true. I think we haven't heard anything about Tevin Jenkins, but I wouldn't assume it's cold. I think we just went through. I think Mekhi Becton might be the only other person that could get wave one free agency money. Zeitler's not going to get that kind of money or that kind of length of deal. Jenkins might, but I don't think so. So, I think there are people out there that, I mean, I see it happening now already on Seahawks Twitter, like, hey, people just don't want to come to Seattle. It's not a place to be. And like, they don't believe in the team. That's just conjecture and guessing. I mean, sure, it could be, but people go where they're paid most of the time. So, I will say what I said at the beginning. If the Seahawks had paid Will Fries $19 million a year, if they had given him a $100 million contract, then he'd probably be here. There are problems with that deal. Not only the amount of money, but the length of the deal. 5-year deal. John Schneider, like most teams, almost all the deals we're seeing are 3-year deals. So Schneider does not generally do 4-year, and then to do 5 years. And on top of that, to get up to $88 million. There's just a lot of money in that deal. And I, you know, I'm not as convinced as everybody else that this had anything to do in this particular case with not wanting to be in Seattle. So I think this was a money thing, and you can debate whether the Seahawks made the right move or not. But the one defense I will voice for John Schneider, and I'm not here to defend him, but the one thing I will say in his defense, it's not his money. And if he is actually in a situation where he is on the hot seat, the irresponsible thing to do is just to spend outlandishly, get the guy, and if it doesn't work out, you're gone, and it's not your problem anyway. So he still is being responsible with, Jody Allen's money. Is there a chance that they hit some kind of limit on cash that they can spend? Maybe. I mean, they just signed Sam Darnold to a $55 million guaranteed deal. How much of that money is going to, from a cash, not cap perspective, hit this year? Don't know. Could they do another one? Don't know. I assume so. I haven't heard anything about limits on cash budget for the Seahawks, but it's something to pay attention to. So looking through here, I want to get some additional details. So, but where is it? Where is... Anyway, yeah, so I think this is where we sit. I think these are the guys to keep an eye on. And, I think the Seahawks have shown interest in Kevin Zeitler before. He hasn't come here. Will they finally be able to bring him back? Bring him here? I don't know. All right, so let me take a look. There's already a bunch of super chats. I'm going to get to these super chats, and then I'm going to go do my morning workout, eat breakfast. So I might be gone for an hour. So like I said, today's going to be a little different than yesterday. I'm going to keep this going so you guys will be able to chat, hang out on YouTube, and do that kind of stuff. And then I will be here for as much as possible, but I've got some stuff I got to do. So I will not be on for 8 hours straight, pretty much like I was yesterday, other than the quick breaks I took. So a little bit different today, but let's get through these super chats. Sovereign Magic says, good morning. Rob Staten made the point yesterday that he feels like if we lost Fries, he'd almost prefer we just get 2 interior offensive linemen in the draft. Is there really a veteran who is worth it left? I think there is. You have the money to spend. Like I just said, I absolutely think Zeitler is worth getting. He would be an immediate upgrade on your line. I think Jenkins and Becton could be signings that you really regret. I do. I think that even with that, I think you've got to have some veteran presence in that room. And these guys, especially Jenkins, could be that. Mekhi Becton, I'm not sure at 25 that he's a guy I'd say is like a super veteran. But, yeah, I still think you got to sign one of these guys. I do not think you can go into the draft with that big of a hole that you've got to fill with rookies. I just don't think that makes sense. All right, Brandon Davis says, if interior offensive line is bad this year, John Schneider should be fired. I think that's on the table. I do. There's no way that he was not given that directive coming out of the season to fix the offensive line. And He's gone very heavy in the development side of fixing the offensive line. As of now, he has not gone heavy in adding new talent to it. All right. Lords of Seatown says, reality versus potential doesn't even matter when you're the Hawks. John Schneider's made his bed. He needs to overpay. His strategy hasn't worked for 10 years. His O-lines have been putrid. No arguments there, man. They have really been bad. No, there's no argument to that. It's true. And he's going to have this hanging over him until he doesn't. Lords of Seatown again says, I'm exhausted with them talking about wanting to be dominant in the trenches. You have to win at the line of scrimmage. We want to run the ball. We have heard it for a decade. Get proven talent. Yeah, let's talk about that for a second. What have we seen? We have seen, let's contrast what the Seahawks have done or not done with two teams in the NFC North. We've seen the Chicago Bears trade a 6th-round pick for Jonah Jackson, a 4th-round pick next year for Joe Thuney, which is an unbelievable deal. Then they signed Drew Dahlman, one of the first free agents off the board, to a very reasonable deal, by the way. And the word is he took less money to sign with the Bears because he really wanted to go to Chicago. So I don't ding John Schneider on that one. And then they signed Grady Jarrett. And there's probably other moves I'm forgetting of, but like that's just off the top of my head. Trenches, 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 right? Let's talk about the Minnesota Vikings. They signed Will Fries for $88 million. They signed his center partner, Ryan Kelly, 2 years, $18 million. They sign Javon Hargrave. They sign Jonathan Allen. There's more that I'm missing. But trenches, 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 trenches. So those are two examples of teams doing what John Schneider has said their philosophy is. Show it. Don't tell it. Show it. And that's what the Bears have done this year, and that is what the Vikings have done. Whether those moves all work out, who knows? But it is inarguable that those teams have prioritized the trenches on both sides of the ball and have dedicated their resources, put their money where their mouth is to get those, to get a change. So, yeah, I think John Schneider is in a world of hurt right now. I really do. And I'm just not sure he's going to be able to get out of it. I think I've talked about it time and again. This is a very delicate, fragile offseason. Every single move has to be on point. And they just had their first real failure. Now, other people would say, hey, the Geno Smith thing was a failure, or the DK Metcalf thing was a failure, or some people would say the Sam Darnold thing is a failure. I don't think so. I think the Geno thing was, based on everything I know now, the right move. Substituting Geno Smith with Sam Darnold on a deal that will pay him roughly $27.5 million a year if you just look at the guarantees is pretty damn good. Getting Jaron Reed back on the deal they signed, getting Ernest Jones back on the deal, like unbelievable value for the Ernest Jones deal. Maybe the best contract we've seen so far in free agency. Honestly, it's so good. I think his agent might have some issues. But in any event, those are all great. And then this. This is the first, it's not even a stumble. It is a face plant. Missing out on offensive linemen in this, the good offensive linemen in this free agent class. That might be enough where you don't recover. Like, we might have just witnessed the end of John Schneider's tenure. It's possible that just missing out on Will Fries, missing out on Drew Dahlman, James Daniels, whatever it might be, that might be the end of his tenure. It's possible. But we won't know that until the season, and there's a lot of time left. So we'll see. Um, my God, I just imagined like if he comes back and says Lake and Tomlinson, which I don't think is out of the realm of possibilities. Um, fan base is gonna lose their minds. All right. 67 plush, a member for 11 months. Thanks, man. Appreciate the longevity. Says, nail on the head, Brian. It's the principle for the fans at this point. Even those of us giving John the benefit of the doubt, send a message to the fans and do it soon. Yep, that's how I feel. Lords of Seatown, back again. John Schneider with the O-line is literally the exact equivalent of Dipoto with the lineup. Gaslights the entire fan base by telling you he knows better. Both have done it for a decade without success. Well, I don't know that the Seahawks have been without success. The Mariners made one playoff, made the playoffs once in like 30 years. Seahawks have made the playoffs a lot over the last decade. So I don't know that I'd say that. But yes, I agree with the rest of your point. MJ Seahawk says, who's the oldest, most washed up, cheapest interior offensive line? That's who John Schneider will sign. Well, that's a fun little game to play. Let's take a look. I've given you a list of some of these guys. Who else? Let's look at... Oops, no, let's do... Who's the oldest? I mean, Zeitler at 35 is probably the oldest, but I think Scherf is the most washed up at 33. Let's see. Lake and Tomlinson's 33. Could definitely see that happening again. Yeah, I think Scherf or Lake and Tomlinson would probably fit the bill of what you're talking about. Ay. That would be rough. That would be rough. All right. Jeff Jennings says, what is Lamea's history key with zone schemes in college? Yeah, it's a little bit hard because Lamea played tackle. So if I look here, yeah, he's not going to show up as a guard. So it's a little bit apples to oranges, but let me just see where he showed up. I don't think it's going to be that high because I don't think he was that good of a tackle. He had a 69.5 grade at Utah as a tackle in zone blocking. Let me pull open. I think he played guard some years. So let me see if there's a year where he played more guard. Snaps by position. All right. Well, that's not helping. 22. Nope. 21. Let's check that. Okay. In 2021, he played primarily guard. So let's take a look. 2021 zone blocking guard. Where is Tawa Lamea, or Tawa as everybody calls him in the VMAC? I'll let you know in a second. I'm curious myself. But this is a lot of conversions here, like going back to 2021, very different player. Anyway, but let's see where he shows up. Satao Lamea. He had a 75 grade as a zone blocking guard in 2021. That ranked 71 out of, well, actually, let's limit it to people that have played. That actually is limited. 71 out of wow. 71 out of 312 qualifying guards. So not bad. Not bad. As far as last year, I can tell you that run blocking last year, this was at guard Satao Lamea. He had a 60.9 zone blocking grade. He actually had a better zone blocking grade than he did a gap scheme grade, which is kind of surprising. But he ranked 65 out of 101. So not great. But not terrible. Not terrible. Actually, he was pretty much the same as Jonah Jackson. A little bit below Dalton Risner. So around that group. Okay, good question. Next, Keith Lavelle. Bonjour, Brian. Congratulations on your success with the live free agency cast. Thanks for all your time and work. Well, that's nice of you, Keith. Thank you, man. Yeah, that was fun yesterday. 8 hours. 8 hours. That was wild. And a lot of news to cover. So that was cool. Yeah, 35,000 people watched it. That's crazy to me. That's crazy stuff. All right. Next, Lords of Seatown. I'm hearing you, man, but I'm sick of hearing about promising guys like Haynes, Posick. Sick of it. We've heard it for years. I'm over it. Well, you haven't heard it from me. I would say that. And by the way, Posick was good. He's turned out to be pretty good for the Browns. And he had a pretty good last season for the Seahawks. I don't think that there's been a lot of promising players on the Seahawks offensive line. I told you that I thought Charles Cross and Abe Lucas were really good picks that year. You can find the video, as soon as those guys were drafted. In fact, I was so convinced Abe Lucas was going to be a good pick. I was really annoyed that Seahawks didn't take him in the second round. I was furious that they took Kenneth Walker and Boye Mafe because one of those picks should have been Abe Lucas. Well, they ended up getting Abe Lucas in the third round. And so I was like, well, they did it out of order, but I'm fine with what they did. And I think those guys have turned out to be good players. So one, I think everyone says John Schneider has not done well on the offensive line. I think he's not done well on the interior offensive line. That's true. I think his tackle selections have been pretty good overall, all the way back to Russell Okung and Breno Giacomini. And I think even, Alvin Bailey had some moments, George Fant. There's been some good, they traded for Dwayne Brown. I think they've had a pretty good run on the tackle side. Interior has been really rough. I think they've been essentially cursed since Max Unger was traded, who was not a John Schneider draft pick. I think it was one of their worst moves. And I feel differently. I told you Anthony Bradford was not good, not when he was drafted. I thought he was a promising athlete. But once I saw him play, I was like, no, this guy's not good. Once I saw Satao Lamea enter the field last year, after Bradford went out, I was like, he's pretty damn good. He made a difference in the run game. He really did. Now, he's not a perfect prospect, but I think that I think he legitimately has promise. So I'm not going to tell anybody that they should feel any way. You feel however you want to feel. I'm just telling you what I see. I think Satao Lamea and Christian Haynes have legitimate starting potential and promise. I think that there are players in this draft class that have legitimate potential to be quality interior offensive linemen that the Seahawks are in position to take. I don't think I've said it throughout free agency, throughout the offseason. If your plan to fix the offensive line, that's already one of the youngest in the NFL, is to add more rookies to it, that is a flawed plan. That is a high-risk plan. It's the highest ceiling plan, I should say that. If you can have a young, cheap, talented offensive line, that's the ideal. but it is super high risk. So that's my honest opinion. But I hear you, and I get why you would be skeptical. I think there's every reason to be skeptical. Hawk Maniac, member for a month, says to be the best, you have to hire the best. Simple. I think that's generally true. Rorschach Raider says, Raider fan here. I come in peace. What are we getting with Geno? Hey, man. Well, first of all, congratulations. I think really a huge makeover for the Raiders. It's been multiple decades past due. Getting Tom Brady as part of your ownership group was a huge coup. Then having him be part of bringing in Pete Carroll, huge coup. Pete Carroll is going to completely make over the culture and the way that that team operates. And I'll tell you this, when I was asking Seahawks players after the Bears game, there was a lot of noise that the Bears might be looking to bring in Pete Carroll. And so I asked a number of, I didn't ask. One of the Chicago reporters asked a number of Seahawks players about Pete Carroll, including Geno, including others, after that game, and one after the other in like line, just were like, guys are going to want to play for that guy. He's a great guy. He's a great coach. People love him. And Geno Smith's an example of that. I think Geno Smith is a Raider because of Pete Carroll. And you guys will find out whether that's good news or not. But two things I'll say about Geno Smith. I think he's a very good NFL quarterback. I think you can win as many games. I think you can win as many games and go as far as you want if you've got a good team around him. I don't think he's going to be your limit. And the other thing is he is excellent indoors, and you guys play indoors. So I think you should get the best version of him. He does, I think you need some receiving targets, and I think that's a concern if I was a Bears fan. Brock Bowers is great, but who else is he throwing to? I mean, Jacoby Myers, like they need more. They need more. So that's the other thing I'd say. I also say, like, people are saying Ashton Jeanty is going to go to the Raiders at 6. That would surprise me, honestly. But they are going to get, so this is a great running back draft. They're going to get a great running back to pair and get a great running game going. And yeah, I think you guys are going to have a lot of fun. I think a lot of Seahawks fans are probably going to just watch Raiders games to some extent and live vicariously through you guys, because there's a lot of concern about what's happening up here in Seattle from a lot of people. All right. Thank you for that super chat, and good luck to you. Sam Belcher, as a UConn student, Haynes is an excellent mover and was seen as a leader on the line. Jenkins at left guard, competition at right guard is my look at things. Yeah, and thanks for voicing that as a UConn student. I think that's the move. I think Zeitler is a better move, but Jenkins could make sense as long as he's healthy. I just don't think Becton's going to happen, but who knows? Who knows? Bryce Coots has gifted 10 Hawk Blogger memberships. Appreciate you, man. That's awesome to see. Hawks fan Matt, man, what do you know about the offensive lineman Josh Jones, who we signed with the Ravens? Just a rotational player. Yeah, so he was drafted by the Cardinals. I think he was in the 3rd round. He's a big guy, and the Ravens brought him in as an extra offensive lineman, as like a tackle eligible at some points last year, using him to help run block. Don't know if the Seahawks are seeing him as potentially the same kind of thing, but the Seahawks have said goodbye to George Fant. They've said goodbye to Stone Forsythe, and so they need a swing tackle. I think there were I thought Kelvin Beachum would be a better name at swing tackle. DJ Humphries is kind of an interesting name, but Jones is cheap and young, and I'm not sure they're done there. Like, they had Stone Forsythe and George Fant on the roster. Both those guys are gone. The only other tackle you've got is Mike Jarrell. It wouldn't surprise me if they still sign another tackle in free agency, or there's some really interesting swing tackles, I think, in the draft that you can take on day 3 that are very interesting. Like Jalen Travis. Is it Jalen Travis? He's a tackle. Let me make sure I got this right. Sorry, I've been switching between so many. I think, yeah, Jalen Travis has got to be the name. Jalen Rivers is the guard. So Jalen Travis out of Iowa, credible athlete, 6'8", like unbelievable. Holland Pierce is another guy that I really like that as just a developmental project. Huge athletic dude. Jack Sawyer is it Jack Sawyer? Is he the guy out of Wisconsin? No, that's the defensive end. It's Jack, offensive tackle, Wisconsin. Jack Nelson. Jack Nelson. Yes, Jack Nelson. So yeah, there's a few of these tackles I like in the draft that you could get day 3 that are pretty interesting. There's some other guys. Charles Grant, who I don't think is a day 3 pick, but he would be awesome. Also potentially available. So yeah, Josh Jones, not a big move, but you know, if you get excited when Stone Forsythe gets signed, then you'd get excited when Josh Jones gets signed. Aaron Sherwood, what are the free agents of centers available now? I don't think you want to know the answer to that. I will tell you. Just, you know, because you asked and you paid to get this answer. But don't shoot the messenger, okay? Coleman Shelton, who was the starting center for the Bears last year, is out there. He's 29. Josh Myers is out there. He's 26 for the Packers. And that's it. Shelton, like Myers, people asked about him yesterday. I went and showed he was the worst zone blocking center in all of football last year. I don't think that's a good fit. So Josh Myers would be, to me, a really curious signing if they were to make that move. I can look up Coleman Shelton. He was a 58.7 graded zone blocker, which ranked 36th out of 49 centers, one of the worst. Josh Myers was the 49th, the worst. So neither of those guys to me seem like logical fits for the Seahawks. But you wanted the answer, I gave it to you. So if I'm looking for a center, I'm looking in the draft. Jared Wilson, Gray Zabel. There's some other guys that have center flex, and I'm comfortable with Jalen Sundell and Olu Olutimi. Olu Olutimi gave you, I thought, passable center play last year. And in case you were curious, he was 25th, dead middle, as far as a zone blocking center last year. That's without the coaching and without the scheme that he'll be playing in. I think he could be better than that. So actually, let's do this. Let's take a quick look. We're going to take a quick look. How was Olu Olutimi as a zone blocking center in what would this have been? Been 2022, right? I think that would have been his last year. Let's see. This is the year he won it was the Outland Trophy winner. And what was the other one? It was the Outland that he won, but named the best lineman in football his senior year. I think it was 2022, but we'll take a look at 2023 just in case. It's loading. Just hold on a sec. I'll tell you how Olu was as a zone blocking center in college. I mean, I remember seeing him out on the edges. He's not a great athlete. Like, he's not a great mover. So I'm not sure on this, but let's take a look. Okay, Olu Olutimi. And then let me do this real quick. Make sure this was his last year. Yeah, 2022 was his senior year. Okay. Olu Olutimi had a 73.5 zone blocking grade his senior year. That ranked 20th out of, a bunch of guys. John Michael Schmitz was number 1. Luke Whippler from Ohio State, who I liked, was number 3. Zach Frazier, who has been a great center in the NFL, ranked number 7. Jake Andrews has become a good NFL center, ranked number 8. Joe Tippmann ranked number 11. So, Seth McLaughlin, by the way, a center that will be available in this draft, coming off an injury, ranked 17. So he and Olu were pretty similar, but Olu was a better gap scheme guy. I think he's a better fit in a gap scheme, but it is what it is. All right. All right. Joey Walker. Good reminder about Nate Herbig. Let's bring up Nate Herbig, and we'll see if Nate Herbig belongs on this list. I liked him at the beginning. He was... He played... What am I missing here? 2024. Why is he not showing up here? Did he not play? Oh, he didn't play in 2024. That's why. Interesting. So Nate Herbig is 26. He had some good years with the Eagles. Never really been a starter. Had a year with the Jets where it was not good. Let's take a look at... Yeah, I just don't know. Like, I mean, yes, could be a name. Did he play... I thought he played guard, but they're showing him as a center. Let's look at a few different years here. Guard, yeah, 2022. I don't know why they're calling him a center. He has played some snaps at center, but mostly he's been a guard. Okay, so mostly he's been a guard. As far as where he shows up, let's look up Herbig, and let's go back to 2023, and then we'll keep going, looking around at Nate Herbig. I mean, he'd be a real projection. Like, he'd be a real projection for the Seahawks to bring in Nate Herbig. Let me see if we've got him here anywhere. Well, this is interesting. Nate Herbig in 2023 was the 9th graded zone blocking guard in the league. He didn't have a lot of snaps, but he has 79.7 grade. Okay, got my interest. Let's look at 2022. How did Nate Herbig do in 2022? I think that was... the year he got the most snaps was in 2022. So let's see where he was this year. Well, it's not as good, I can tell you that much. 61.1. So not great. Don't know. I mean, maybe. Not enough that I'm going to put him on the list, but if they're really scraping the bottom of the barrel, maybe. All right, but thank you, Joey. Appreciate it. All right. TJ Duso6 says, any chance Kubiak is okay with a Trent Williams and 4 guys style offensive line? So what TJ's talking about here is the 49ers have Trent Williams, and then they have a bunch of guys. And that's kind of been the way for a lot of the Kyle Shanahan era. And I don't think they're okay with it. I think they'd like to get better talent. But that doesn't mean that they are against basically having, the coaching staff really take some of the pressure off these guys, put them in better positions, and put less pressure on them in general. I also would say they don't have Trent Williams. Charles Cross is good. He's not even a Pro Bowler. So Trent Williams is the best offensive lineman maybe of his generation. It's just not comparable in that regard. I do think there's a chance that they will not put as much onus on talent at that position and say we'll coach guys up. But I think John Schneider and Mike McDonald are not going to want to hear that. I mean, I think they know that they've got to add to that position. So I can tell you one thing. Neither John Schneider or Mike McDonald want to step in front of the podium the next time if they both said they wanted Geno Smith back a bunch of different ways. They don't have DK Metcalf, who they both said they wanted to bring back. They already have to answer to that. They signed Sam Darnold, and they don't sign an offensive lineman after saying that was their big priority. And that they're going to have to answer how the Seahawks gotten better in the trenches. And they're going to say, well, we brought Jaron Reed back. They're not going to want to be up there. Like, they're not going to want to face those, like, they're not going to want to face that. So I really believe they're going to try, but it is winnowing down. All right. Mitchell Dooley says, any chance the Hawks get Cooper Kupp? And if so, what cost? I do think there's a chance that they get Cooper Kupp. I do think he's a fit for what they're doing. I think he's a fit for having a veteran in the room who's got a Super Bowl ring and who's been at the top of his position and is a willing blocker and has Washington ties. I don't know what his price will be. If all these guys are getting $10 million, like Tutu Atwell, like it might be more expensive than any of us be comfortable with. Like he might be I don't know, like, could he be 15 million? Like he might be. But I don't know. I don't know, man. That's a lot of cheddar for a guy that's declining. So I think it could happen, but not sure the likelihood. All right, Bryce Coots. What about Nate Herbig? Would he be someone of appeal? Thanks for the amazing coverage, Brian. Yeah. So Bryce, you heard me just talk about Nick Herbig. That was a guy I mentioned early in free agency, and so maybe that's why he's coming up here a little bit. He's a real projection, guys. I think he does not fit in this list of guys that have started a long time and have a long track record. He'd be almost like signing Josh Jones. Like maybe there's something there, but you'd have to get fortunate. You'd have to get fortunate. Anton Gluskanov says, I think that now maybe get no free agent interior offensive line. They just have to coach up. I think that's a real possibility. I don't like it, but I mean they will add a free agent offensive lineman no matter what. I like interior offensive lineman. I don't doubt it. The name might be really unappealing for people, and so that's what people have to kind of get comfortable or uncomfortable with. As I said at the beginning of the show, Seahawks lose Will Fries to the Minnesota Vikings. He signs a 5-year, $88 million deal. James Daniels, similar player in some regards, coming off a more serious injury with an Achilles, signed a 3-year, $24 million deal with the Dolphins last night. Leaves a very thin interior offensive line market. Drew Dahlman's already gone, the center. Ryan Kelly's already gone. He also went to the Vikings, the center. And so now you're talking about Tevin Jenkins, Mekhi Becton, and Kevin Zeitler. And I, for my money, think that Zeitler is the best move that they could make of these. I think there's the least amount of risk, but it's rough. I also would say this could mean they have money to spend that they were going to try to spend on Will Fries. If they don't spend it on one of these guards, or they maybe have more money to spend because they didn't spend it on the top of the line at the free agent spot, you start looking at other positions, and I'm a little worried they're going to use it on a wide receiver. Like, are they going to go sign an Amari Cooper or Stephon Diggs, or spend it there? If they are going to spend it somewhere else, I'd rather them spend it on. I would have rather them spend it on like Talanoa Hufanga. The safety would have been an exciting addition. Um, but you know, maybe they get in on DeMarcus Lawrence, the edge player. That wouldn't shock me if they go that direction. Chase Young, I think, was re-signed, so he's not coming. Um, but it's like the free agency is thinning out fast, super fast. Dennis Gardeck's a name I still have some interest in, but like not a big ticket guy. Uh, Maybe Asante Samuel at corner, but he's not the best tackler. He's a small dude. I'm not sure that's the right fit. I don't think you go after a Zach Ertz. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, it gets really thin. It gets really thin. So I don't know where they're going to put this money if they don't put it here. Yeah. So Kevin Givens, I don't think Roy Lopez. Yeah, I'd love to see Roy Lopez. That would be a good addition. Bobby Brown's already off the table. So, man, Greg Gaines, there's some interest there. He could be a pretty stout guy. Um, I'm just looking through all these names, see if anyone pops for me. I mean, John Kaminsky, not the worst guy there. Yeah, yeah, it thins out. So, gonna be fascinating. We're gonna find out what happens today. Um, I am going to, yeah, Elijah Moore is another name I see. Yep, absolutely. All right, we got a couple more super chats, and then I'm gonna head out for a bit. Um, all right, Thomas Ish says, "Do you think Kubiak has an eye on Kyle Juszczyk?" So Juszczyk was let go by the 49ers. He's really declining. They might have an eye on him. He certainly would be familiar with the system. Kubiak knows him from spending time with him. I'd be really wary of signing a guy that the 49ers just let go after many years there. I'd be more interested in a guy like Reggie Gilliam from the Bills. Uh, Even Adam Prentice, who he played with in New Orleans, who knows the system perfectly. So there's a chance, but I wouldn't be super excited about it. I'd be pretty hesitant. He's an old degrading player. Alex Schonkweiler says, any wide receivers you would pair nicely with JSN? Elijah Moore is an interesting guy. Stephon Diggs isn't the worst fit there, but I don't love it. I like Cooper Kupp as he's got some similarities to JSN. I think JSN can play outside as easily as he can play inside. I don't think he is just a slot receiver. So for me, JSN can play on the outside and can be a winning receiver on the outside. I think Cooper Kupp's the same way, so I think you get some positional flexibility there. But I really like guys in the draft, like Jalen Noel, Jack Besh, Jaden Higgins. There's a number of others, but those are some of the things. When I come back later, assuming it's a little slower, we'll do some mock drafts together. We'll see what the drafts look like with the extra picks. That'll maybe make us feel a little bit better. Carlo Coleman, are we signing Juszczyk? Lou Riddick at general manager. No, I don't think Louis Riddick's going to be the general manager, and I don't know, like maybe on Juszczyk. I I lean towards no, but who knows? Varuz 203 says, how do they expect fan excitement with no upgrades on the offensive line and trading Geno and DK? Hard not to see John Schneider fighting to keep his job. Big holes to fill. They're not doing this to get fan engagement. They know that the best way to get fan engagement is to win. And it just so happens that aligns with some of the things they need to do to get fan engagement, which is get offensive linemen. And right now they're striking out. So I'm sure they've turned their attention hardcore to somebody. or somebodies. Don't know who those guys are, but John Schneider talked about it. You have to pivot, and they're in the process of pivoting right now to probably one of these other names that I've got highlighted. M Chug B31 says, if our line is our number one weakness again, does John Schneider deserve to be fired? You know, I don't like talking about whether people deserve to be fired because, you know, my personal view is John Schneider is a huge part of the best era of Seahawks football and has contributed thousands of hours of his time away from his family, late nights on the road, all sorts of things to try to make the Seahawks the best. I don't think John Schneider's in there trying to build a shitty team. I don't think he does that. And I don't think he has generally done that. I think Mike Macdonald is a great hire. I could go on through it. But what I will say, and what I've said earlier already, is if the offensive line, if they strike out on free agency, and if the offensive line isn't markedly better next year, I think his job's at risk. I do. It's not something I'm celebrating. I think some people might, but that's not something I'm celebrating. What I want is the Seahawks to be better and to be on the path to being great. And I think that's what ownership wants as well. And he's getting a little bit extra leash after Pete Carroll left to see if his vision can come to life. But so far, he's got a little bit of, this has been a pretty bumpy offseason in terms of some of these decisions that I think are all not plan A. He's got a lot of plan B and a lot of plan C kind of things that are coming his way. And he's going to need Mike Macdonald and that coaching staff to do their best work. So, all right, folks, with that, I'm going to go take a little break to have some breakfast and to, I'm probably going to work out as well, guys. So just know that I might be gone for as much as an hour. If news breaks, I will be keeping an eye on it and I'll come back. You guys can talk amongst yourselves and I will, I might come back sweaty if something breaks while I'm working out. But hang around. I'd love it if you could hang around and keep this going. And we will be back together in just a short little bit. Make sure you give the show a like, click subscribe if you haven't already. I'll be back here in a few moments. Bye. Hello, everybody. I'm back. I'm probably a little bit sweaty still after that workout. I'm going to have a little John Schneider podium session here. Keep myself from being a total disaster on air. But yeah, thank you for giving me that break. I appreciate it. Good to see there's a bunch of you still around. And got my breakfast, got a workout in, got a shower, and I'm here to talk Seahawks. So not a ton happened after I left, which I guess is good. There is some news that happened, and I think the biggest one is Laken Tomlinson signs with the Houston Texans on a 1-year deal worth about $5 million. I'm seeing it between 4.25 and a max of 5 million. And my good friend Evan trolling me about Laken Tomlinson. I will say I'm relieved that they've moved on from Laken Tomlinson, but I'm going to give you a little bit of a cautionary tale, and I'm going to post this on Twitter too. But let's go on a little stroll together about Laken Tomlinson and whether or not we should be dancing a jig that he's gone or have a different feeling. And here's the first thing I'm going to say. So let's go ahead. I'm going to pull up the man of the day, Will Fries, who everybody is obsessed with. All right. Okay. Will Fries has, I think I might have said the wrong number on him, but Will Fries has played more than 640 snaps once. More than 640 snaps once. Let's pull up Laken Tomlinson. Laken Tomlinson has played more than 640 snaps in every single year of his career, which is 4, 8, 10 years. Okay? So he's played, yes, that's true. More than 640 snaps in 10 years. Okay? So that's item number one. Item number two. Will Fries he had 4 games last year where his grade on PFF was over 75. Laken Tomlinson had none. Okay, so Fries definitely a better player, a better high ceiling player, no question whatsoever. But let's talk about games over 70. 70 is pretty good. 70 is an above average starter. So Will Fries had 4 such games. Laken Tomlinson had 4 games where he was 70 or greater last year. Okay, I'm just telling you. If we go back for Will Fries and we go back through his career, let's go back to 2023. How many games did he have over 70 in that season? He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he had 5 games over 70 in 2023. He had 1 game over 70 in 2022. He had 0 games over 70. He had 0 games over 60 in 2021. So there's no doubt Will Fries has a higher ceiling than Laken Tomlinson. He is younger than Laken Tomlinson. But he has not been on the field very often. And he, even with all that spottiness in his track record, just got a 5-year, $88 million deal. The other thing I wanted to bring up relative to Laken Tomlinson is Laken Tomlinson last year, he signed, I'm just looking this up, April 15th. So well after, like a month after free agency started. And he signed that deal for, let me double check, Laken Tomlinson contract, Seahawks, I believe it was for $1.5 million. 1.2 million dollars. So let's do some quick math. Let's say he only gets 4.5 out of this deal with the Texans. If you take 4.5 and you divide it by 1.2, he got nearly a 400% raise after his year with the Seahawks, 1 year older, and he got signed on day 2 of free agency. So what's the message there? What is the message there? The message is, be careful what you wish for on this guard market, and be careful what you gloat about, because Laken Tomlinson, as much as he was a hard watch at left guard last year, especially in pass protection, his value quadrupled. And he went to a team that had a worse offensive line than the Seahawks last year. Yes, the Texans in many regards was a worse offensive line than the Seahawks. So the Seahawks haven't done anything to improve that part of their line. And I see some fans dancing in the streets that they've moved on from Laken Tomlinson. I'm here to tell you it could be worse. Let me go a little bit further. I'm gonna twist this knife a little bit, folks, because I think we got to be eyes open. It does us no good to fool ourselves. And by the way, I'm gonna couch this again. This is not me telling you Laken Tomlinson's a good player or they should have brought Laken Tomlinson. Like, none of that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying there's a lot worse out there. So let's look. Let's look at guard grades last year. Let's look at, let's make sure it's the right year, 2024. Let's look at people that played at least, people that played at least 500 snaps, all right? Like, you know, something that's like a significant portion of a season, all right? There are 50. Well, that doesn't quite get to, you should have at least 62. So let's drop that down. Let's get to 400 snaps. How many does that show? Okay, that gives you 67. So a little bit more than 2 per team, or it's theoretically 2 per team, all right? Of the 67 guards in the NFL last year that played at least 400 snaps, how many of them had a grade over 60? Correct answer is 48. 48 of the 68 had a grade over 60. 60, for what it's worth, in PFF is like a league average starter. All right? Mediocre. So, by the way, Anthony Bradford ranked 66 out of 68. That's part of why the Seahawks improved with addition by subtraction when he left the lineup. Sataola Lamea was a step forward. But Laken Tomlinson was one of those 48 guards that played enough snaps that was over 60. Laken Tomlinson ranked 44th. Again, I'm not telling you it was great, but think about the fact that there are 64 starting guards in the NFL. He was in the top 44 by this measure. It's an imperfect measure for sure. By the way, here's a name I don't know if we've talked about and is right next to Laken Tomlinson. His name is Shaq Mason. Shaq Mason had a really bad year, and the Texans let him go. Sorry, I'm going to go on a little tangent here. Has Shaq Mason signed anywhere? I don't know that he has. Texans are going to release him. So that probably won't happen till tomorrow. All right. I'm scraping every bottom of the barrel to find Shaq Mason. We're adding him to the list, folks. We're adding him to the list. Shaq Mason goes on here. We're going to put him above Dalton Risner. Shaq Mason. Guard. Age, 31. Let's call him 32 since he'll be 32 by August before the season begins. All right. His grade last year. We're going to go last year, so this will be his worst year. This is his worst year by far. His pass block grade was 65.2. His run block grade was 57.7. That's not good. Let's check out his zone blocking grade. Let's make sure this is the right year. Let's go back to regular season. Let's go to 2024. Let's go to minimum snaps. And I'm guessing this is going to be bad. If his run block grade was 57.7, his zone blocking grade is probably not going to be great either. Waiting. But while that's loading, Shaq Mason, when he was in New England, this guy was a guy graded in the mid 80s, 85, 81, 83. A better pass protector than a run blocker. Struggled a little bit in Tampa Bay in 2022. Still a good pass blocker. But then in 2023, he went to the Texans, and it looks like he's on the decline. But he has played a lot of snaps. I mean, he has played 900 or more snaps in each of the last 4 seasons. All right, so we've got it up now. Zone blocking. Where is Mr. Mason? Well, that's not a good sign. He's not in the top 50. Shaq Mason had a 56.1 zone blocking grade last year, ranking 65 out of 81. Ranking 69 out of 81. And wait a second. Let me make sure I got the right thing. 56.1. Yes. Okay. 56.1. He ranked 69 out of 81. So not great, but that was maybe we can look back and see if in previous years he was any better. Let's look at my good friend Brandon Thorne made a note of when Shaq Mason was released, saying this guy had a bad year, but he's been one of the better guards in the NFL previously. So I don't know. Brandon studies offensive linemen religiously, so I do kind of pay attention to what he says. Let me try to find Mr. Mason. Yeah, the previous year he's 63 zone blocking. Let's see if we go back maybe to his better years in New England, just to see if this is a bad fit regardless. But I'm curious. I mean, he's at least worth this exploration. Yes. Okay. In 2021, which is many years ago, Shaq Mason was the 8th highest graded. Let me make sure I got this right. No. Yeah. 7th highest graded zone blocking guard in the NFL. He was right there with Chris Lindstrom, right there with James Daniels. But I will warn you, Laken Tomlinson was the 12th best zone blocking guard that year. So that gives you some idea. Buyer beware. But I think Shaq Mason belongs on the list as a guy that could be someone that they're looking at. So why did I bring this up? So Shaq Mason essentially was Laken Tomlinson last year. They were very similar in pretty much every way. The Texans just say goodbye to Shaq Mason and welcomed in Laken Tomlinson. So I look at this and I say, all right, you had an above average guard who was awful for most of the year. It was a hard time watching him. And now he's gone. Fine. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to miss the fact that he is gone unless the person who replaces him is worse. I look at this list. Aaron Banks, 65 grade last year, 60 graded run blocker, or pass blocker, got $19 million a year. It's wild. It is super wild to me. The move that will just absolutely blow me away forever is Joe Thuney going for a 2026 fourth round pick. I mean, you're telling me 32-year-old Joe Thuney, who's like a Pro Bowl, all pro level guard, is not a guy that the Seahawks would be killing to have right now? I mean, what the heck, man? Um, but I will say, again, another plug for Kevin Zeitler, third highest rated guard in the NFL last year. He's 35, played 1,000 snaps, and third highest rated guard behind Quinn Miners, above Kevin Dotson, Quentin Nelson, Dominic Pooney, Joe Thuney, Landon Dickerson, Trey Smith, above all those guys. Tevin Jenkins was the 14th rated guard. He was just a couple spots above Mekhi Becton, who is the 16th rated guard. So, I mean, another guy I'll at least mention, but I just don't know how they would do it because I think the salary cap does not make any sense. Cesar Ruiz in New Orleans was a guard for them. He was the 23rd rated guard, 67.6 grade. He has never been that good. He's not that good. Like, historically, he hadn't had a grade over 58. But last year, under John Benton, under Clint Kubiak, Cesar Ruiz, who is 25, going to be 26, made a big leap and had a 67.6 grade. If I look at zone blocking, where's Cesar Ruiz on this list? He must be pretty low. Actually, this is many years ago. Okay, let's go back to 2024. All right. Cesar Ruiz, I don't think is an option, but let me pull open his contract. So, Cesar Ruiz had a 70.5 zone blocking grade last year, which is good. That ranked 25 among guards, 25 among 81. Cesar Ruiz, 26. He signed an extension, I believe, in 2023. And if the Saints were to trade him, they would, what they did post June 1. I mean, they could save a little bit of cap space if they traded him with a post June 1 designation. That'd be 1.1. I think the Seahawks could manage that because, yeah, I mean, there's some chance Cesar Ruiz at least belongs on the list. I don't think that he's a great option, but the other point I will make there with Cesar Ruiz is this guy went from a 51 graded player to a 68 graded player in one season with John Benton and Clint Kubiak. That's pretty promising. You just check, make sure I haven't missed anything. All right. So why don't we put Cesar Ruiz on the board? I'm going to color code him differently because he's a trade candidate, not a free agent candidate. He's 26, or well, we'll call him 25, but he's going to be 26 soon. We'll call him 26 since he turns 26 in June. We almost have the same birthday. We're pretty close. Gemini. All right, so he is a 67.6 graded pass blocker. Ooh, sorry, that's not right. He is a 67.5 graded pass blocker. He is a 64.4 graded run blocker. And he is a that's the wrong look. He is a 70.5 graded zone blocker. Okay, so we're going to color code him a little bit differently. Let's get out of this, and we're going to color code him. Let's color him like orange, orangish. Does that work for folks? Orangey. Let's go full screen. All right, so Cesar Ruiz, at least worth showing, I would say. All right. Let me get back, see if you guys have anything going on that I'm missing over here. Nothing, I don't think. All right. Nothing. All right, so we're going to continue here. My main point here is that Laken Tomlinson is not the worst you could do. Let that sink in. He is not the worst you can do. And I would go as far as to say, if you would sign Will Fries to a 5-year, $88 million deal, or it sounds like the Seahawks would have had to go above that, and he's the same player that he's been the last 4 years, is a disaster. Meaning he would be missing most of the season, most of the time, and most of the time he would be a league average or worse guard. This is not cope. I wanted Will Fries. But I just want you guys to really let it sink in how bad this guard market is. That a guy with his track record is getting $18 million a year. That a guy with Aaron Banks' track record is getting $19 million a year. And that Laken Tomlinson went from an April 15th signing last year at $1.25 million to a day 2 of free agency signing and quadrupled his salary. That's how bad the guard market is. Now, while I was just going on that rant, news came out that the 49ers are releasing Leonard Floyd. And I would assume that this is going to be a preemptive move to them signing Joey Bosa. That's my guess. Leonard Floyd is pretty cooked. He had some sacks last year, but he's a really bad run defender. And I thought that was a really poor. I think the Malik Collins, Leonard Floyd signings last year were not good. I'll take a victory lap there. They were not good. The Javon Hargrave signing, not good 2 years ago. As much as the Seahawks fans are annoyed with John Schneider, I think John Lynch has had a pretty rough go of it as well. He had a pretty good draft class last year with Dominic Pooney. I think Renardo Green's pretty decent. Malik Mustafa. Ricky Pearsall has some potential. But his free agent classes have been pretty bad. So I see someone asking about James Daniels. Yes, he is gone. James Daniels, the guard, you can see it on the list. If they're listed in red, they're gone. He went to the Miami Dolphins. Yeah, so I'm guessing they're gonna unite the Bosa brothers. Whatever, whatever. I'm not gonna lose sleep over that. So, how about this? Let's take a little break from free agency. Let's do a mock draft or two. You guys want a little mock draft time? Let's do that. Let me pull up which mock draft system shall we use? We want one that actually has the Seahawks picks. Let's see if this one is the case. Let's see. Seahawks. It does look like they have the picks. All right. All right, all right. Let's do it. Let's do a little mock draft, guys. Let's do a little mock draft. Let me see if it's in a way that you guys can see it. You guys are gonna listen to me make those noises all day. Excited about that? This is meant to be here. Okay. Cool. I do not want to look at Lake Tomlinson's contract. I don't want to look at that. Where did StreamYard go, for gosh sakes? All right, there we go. This should always be at the top. All right, so I think you guys can see that well enough. Everyone wants Pro Football Network. We will do Pro Football Network. All right, so here we go. Wait, is this block this ad? Is that click on any name you'd like to block. That should block it. Whatever. Let's do this. All right, so Seahawks are going to be up here in a second. We're not going to do trades this time. We're just going to we're going to play this out. We'll have time to do plenty of mock drafts for this period. So here we are at 18. Jalen Walker is available. This is an edge rusher. This is a guy that a lot of people have going in the top 10. Is a possibility to the Seahawks, depending on how they feel about him. Kelvin Banks, really, I think is an interesting, he's a tackle, but I think he's really a interesting guard prospect. You've got Kenneth Grant sitting there. Colston Loveland, a move tight end, is there. I don't think Mike Green's a great fit for what they do, but he is a good pass rusher. Malachi Starks is a really talented safety. Nick Emenwari is the guy I'd have above him. They still have him pretty low. Tyler Booker's there. Jahad Campbell's there. I don't think you need an inside backer after signing Ernest Jones. Luther Burden, I think, is a really good complementary receiver to JSN. He's a yards after catch guy. He is, really agile. I think he's an interesting one. I love Derek Harmon as a defensive tackle. There's Gray Zabel, Donovan Jackson. So here's the thing. I lied. We're going to trade back. I want to trade back. Too many different options. Kelvin Banks is not a turn in the card guy. Nick Emenwari is almost a turn in the card guy. Matthew Golden, I'm not turning the card for receiver. You guys might want me to do a receiver in the first round. I'm not doing a receiver in the first round. Maybe I'll do it later, but not now. I don't like doing a receiver in the first round. No, I don't want 2026 draft picks, but Washington wants to move up. Let's see if we can make an offer to Washington since they want to move up. Good old Mr. Dan Quinn. You give us 61. All right. We get another second round pick. Do they accept? They accept. Okay. So here we are. Here we are at 29. And at least in this, you've got some good options. What I do here, I take an offensive lineman. I love Nick Emenwari. Based off of what we know right this second, I can't risk it. I just can't do it. I take either Gray Zabel or I take Donovan Jackson. And I feel like Donovan Jackson is the most projectable. I think Gray Zabel gives you options at center, at guard. And I also think, man, he's just a perfect fit for his own scheme. And he knows Jalen Sundell. So they're good buddies. So you know what? Boom. Gray Zabel is a Seahawk. You feel better? Gray Zabel's a Seahawk, guys. Doesn't matter that we missed off on Will Fries. I think Gray Zabel is better than Will Fries. I honestly, genuinely believe that to be true. You can clip this later and make me look like a fool if that's not true. All right, so now we're at 50, and we've got, guys, look at our picks. We've got 50, 52, and 61. We are loaded. Now, by the way, we could have used these picks to bundle up and move higher in the second if we wanted. We didn't have to. We could double up and get Donovan Jackson here. Or we could get Jackson Dart. And we're going to pick again in 2 picks. This is real, by the way. 50 and 52, that's real. We're not trading back to get those. We already own those picks. So if you want Jackson Dart, you got to prioritize quarterback. So boom, Jackson Dart. Next, Donovan Jackson. We're loading up on the interior. Okay, I know I could go receiver. I could go a bunch of other positions. I could go tight end. There's Jalen Knoll. There's Tate Ratledge. I could go center. I mean, hell, I could go Jared Wilson probably on here. I'm going to go Donovan Jackson. I feel better. Personally, I feel better. All right, so here we are at 61. Now, Mason Taylor's a great get, but I want to look at receivers. There's Jonas Avenaya. He's there. But let's take a look at the receiver class. All right. Jalen Knoll is the perfect pick. Pretty much going to take him unless there's no one else. Yeah, we're taking Jalen Knoll. Super speedy, largely slot, but I think, like I said, I think JSN can play all around. If Jack Besh was here, I would want to take him, but he's gone. So we're taking Jalen Knoll. I feel pretty damn good about those first 4 picks, guys, if I'm being honest. And I'm almost always honest. You know what? I'll tell you a quick story. I used to lie. Oh my God. I used to lie so much when I was growing up. I lied all the time. And I think by my freshman year, I got 2 D's. And like one was in Spanish and one was in whatever else. I was just like a very reluctant student. And finally, like I'd been able to get around it. And then I couldn't because the report card came. And it had been so stressful because I knew that day was coming. And swear to God, since freshman year of high school, I've been allergic to lying. Not to say I don't lie. I do. Everybody does. You know, you hold back the truth 100%. But I don't like misleading people. I don't like believing one thing and saying another. I've lived a pretty out in the open, genuine. This is my point of view. If you like it, great. If you don't, okay. And it served me pretty well. I leave. It's less. I have a lot less stress, honestly, with that. Now, Xavier Restrepo, I don't think, like, I really like Xavier Restrepo, but I don't think you can go another slot. He's really slot only. So I don't think that makes sense. And you're not going to be playing like 3 receiver sets. So I just don't think he's a good fit. But let's look. We've got Elijah Arroyo sitting there. You could get Tate Ratledge as well. Joshua Farmer, really good. If you guys listen to my interview with Willie Lampkin, toughest guy that he blocked. And by the way, Willie Lampkin got the award for the best blocker in the ACC. His vote for the toughest guy he blocked last year, Joshua Farmer from Florida State. So there's Joshua Farmer. Omar Norman Lott, who you know I love. Quinn Ewers can go chase a rock somewhere. Not interested. Jared Wilson, you could. I mean, this is the overreaction draft here. You could get Jared Wilson too. I mean, what do you guys think? Are we really overreacting here? Shamar Turner, DeSoto High School grad, former teammate with Byron Murphy. Demetrius Knight, linebacker. I don't think you need it this high, but I do think you need one. Olufemi Oladejo, love. So you're kind of spoiled for choice here. I think you go tight end, right? I think Elijah Arroyo is the right pick. I think defensive tackle. I like some of the other tight ends. But you could add a lot of, like, Arroyo is just a potentially dangerous weapon. I'm going to prioritize offense. We're going to draft Arroyo. And we're up again at 92 because we made the trade for Geno Smith. So guess what? We don't have to miss out on the defensive tackles. Omar Norman Lott's still there. You could take Cam Scadaboo to be a fullback, maybe. Oladejo, Ozzie Trapillo is an interesting swing tackle. He's one of those games. I really like Jordan Phillips, by the way. Jamari Caldwell's still there. Those are some interesting. Ty Robinson. There's some really good defensive tackles still on the board. Kobe Bryant at corner I like. I'm taking an Omar Norman Lott. I just really like that dude. I think he's going to be a playmaker, and getting him in the 3rd round, I feel really good about that. So these are, your day 1 and day 2 picks, guys. This is what it feels like to have a lot of picks in those first few rounds. Now, granted, I added 1 by trading back, but I don't think that's that unrealistic, to be honest. All right, so now we're at 137. Zoff Frazier. Oh, it's almost an immediate selection of Zoff Frazier, lanky cornerback who ran a 4.3940 at the combine. For me, is above Darian Porter on my draft board. I think he's a better cover corner. Darian Porter is really interesting from just overall athleticism, but I just didn't like the way he moved. Seth McLaughlin is an interesting, like we talked about him as a good zone blocker at centers coming off an injury. Jackson Slater, a really good prospect on offensive line, has some Washington ties. Miles Frazier, David Walker. I like David Walker as an edge player. That is pretty tempting. That is Kyle Williams, Jack Kaiser. So cornerback, linebacker, edge rusher, those are the ones that are speaking to me right now. Safety, maybe you can get a little bit later. I mean, Ty Robinson is really interesting as a defensive lineman. I wouldn't hate doubling up on that, but you really did. You just brought back Jaron Reed. I don't think it makes sense to take two. I mean, he could push off a Mike Morris off your roster. You did lose Roy Robertson Harris and Draymond Jones and Jonathan Hankins. Maybe. But I think I go Zoff Frazier. I'm sticking with my first instinct. I really like Zoff Frazier. So that gets us to, now we're missing a linebacker. I'm kind of like being a little bit, I think you might have to go, well, David Walker's still there. Sorry, that's pretty much the pick. David Walker as an edge rusher, I think is absolutely the pick. I'm going to scroll through here, see if there's, Jalen Travis. I love him as a swing tackle. Jalen Conyers, who is the guy that could be your next attempt at a, my gosh, what's his name? Saints QB runner. Taysom Hill. He could be your next Taysom Hill. He's a Wildcat quarterback. He is a tight end fullback, but I think you can wait longer to get him. Upton Stout, I really like. We've already taken a corner, though. We've taken a long corner, which is good. David Walker's the one that I think I go with as an edge rusher. You just never can have enough, and I think that's a really high upside pick. So now I think that they've given us 2 6-round picks. I don't think this is accurate. I don't think they've made the trade with they haven't finalized the trade with the Steelers in the back half. I think the pick we just used to get David Walker is actually going to be the Steelers pick for what it's worth, but it's okay. All right, so here we are in round 6 still. I'll tell you what, if Kyle McCord's still there, I'm taking him. I don't care if you've already taken a quarterback. Like, he's interesting. Not taking a safety. So Jalen Reed's interesting to me. Jaden Blue, interesting. But Jalen Travis, I just really like him. Wide receiver, we really should be doubling up in receiver. I think Ricky White's the pick here. Pat Bryant is another option. He is a very different receiver than the rest of these guys. How did Pat Bryant do at the combine? I don't think he did that well. Let me pull him up real quick. I thought he was like a 4.6 or something. Yeah, he ran a 4.61. He did have a 37.5-inch vert, 10.4 broad. That's pretty good. So his explosive scores are pretty good. He is physical. Let's take a quick detour here. I'm going to do a quick detour on Pat Bryant as a blocker because I don't know how he was as a blocker last year. So Pat Bryant. And let's look at regular season offense. He's a pretty good blocker last year. 71 grade. Who else do we have to choose from? Is Kyle Williams still there? Did I see that? Or am I making that up? Ricky White. Let's see how Ricky White is as a blocker. Let me just check on the wide receiver. Yeah, Kyle Williams is still there. How's Kyle Williams as a blocker? Because I think Kyle Williams is a better prospect. Kyle Williams. What? Washington State. There we go. Kyle Williams. Not great. Not a great blocker. 56.6. He's a better receiver. I mean, that might be. He's definitely got the top end speed. So, Kyle Williams, what did he run? I think he ran in like the 4.4s. Let me just check real quick on Kyle Williams. Kyle Williams ran a 4.4. All right. By the way, value on the Jonathan Allen deals coming through, $51 million over 3 years. 16, 17, and $18 million in the first 3 years. Okay. Ricky White. Let's take a look at Ricky White as a blocker. Now, this is not like the end-all, be-all, but it is a factor in this offense, how good of a blocker you are. Ricky White, pretty good. Pretty good. 68, not terrible. Now, I think Ricky White ran a pretty disappointing 40, if I recall. Yeah, 4.6. So he and Pat Bryant are the same in that regard. I was hoping Ricky White was a little bit more. So between these three, I kind of see like Pat Bryant being the best bet, Kyle Williams being like the highest ceiling. And in the tiebreaker, I'm probably going to go with Ricky White as because of his run blocking. I think that's just a little bit of a better bet. All right, so next. And then we're going to get Jalen Reed. Let's get his... Oh, wait. Jalen Travis. Jalen Travis. Let's get Jalen Reed because we do need a safety. Let's hope Conyers is... No, he's gone. God dang it. Well, Upton Stout's there. I love Upton Stout. But we missed our... We missed our linebackers and we missed our swing tackles. Luke Lachey is a good blocking tight end. I don't hate taking another one of those to see. Who else? RJ Oben I like as a developmental edge. Arian Smith is certainly fast as receiver. Maybe it's worth taking a flyer on that. Tim Smith is a fine like run stuffing interior guy. That's not the worst pick there. Who else? I think we're... Yeah. I think you go with the best player. I think you get Upton Stout, and I just like that guy's makeup. So this is your first post free agency, or at least based off what we know of free agency draft. Gray Zabel can play guard or center. Jackson Dart, quarterback. Donovan Jackson, guard. Jalen Knoll, receiver. Really electric receiver. Elijah Arroyo, an electric tight end. Omar Norman Lott, a buzzsaw, the highest pass rush win rate among all interior defensive linemen in college football last year, 19%. Love him. Za Frazier, lengthy corner. David Walker had the most pressures in Senior Bowl. At the Senior Bowl, he had 7 pressures during the Senior Bowl. Really cool guy. Pat Bryant, lanky receiver, good blocker. Jalen Reed, quality safety, Upton Stout. I think that's a freaking fantastic draft, guys. Got to be honest. So yeah, I think if you end up with something like that, I feel pretty good. Pretty good. Let's do another. And before I do, let me just check on super chats since I don't want people to be waiting forever on super chats. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. Is there any benefit in, and this is from Anders Wesley says, is there any benefit in not spending all our free agent money this year? Is there any precedent where teams have front-loaded extension contracts instead of kicking the money down the road? You know, I don't follow that closely about the maneuverings of the cap to say that. You know, there is such a thing as rolling over cap space, and that used to be more of a thing. I don't hear about that nearly as much as I used to. I will say next year's free agent class has some pretty big names in it. Well, I mean, there's supposed to be some big names in this one. They didn't work out. If I look at 2026, just to give you some idea of who's due to be a free agent, 2026, and yeah, all right. So TJ Watt is due to be a free agent next year. Danielle Hunter, Terry McLaurin, Trey Hendrickson, Braden Smith, the right tackle, who's been quite good. Zach Allen will be up for free agency again. George Kittle. Wyatt Teller, the guard. Everyone remembers him for Uchenna stuff. Mark Andrews, tight end. Marcus Williams, the safety. It's not quite as good as I remember. I thought there were some pretty big names coming up. Yeah, it's not as great as I thought. I thought there's some pretty, I mean, well, Jamar Chase, but I don't think he's gonna be available. Anyway, so I think there's some potential, but I don't think that's why they're doing this. I think they're trying to spend this money now. I'm pretty sure. All right. Next, Gary Simonson says, time for Schneider to go. To call this incompetence isn't correct. It's straight up negligence. We're buying a one-way ticket to mediocrity by not addressing the offensive line. Thank him for his service first, and then show him the door. I get it. People are pissed. Offensive line has been a problem for a long time, and it doesn't look like it's any better than it's been. I get it. I hear ya. Giuseppe Orlando says, Donovan Jackson is my draft crush. Not going to lie. I like Donovan Jackson a lot. I loved watching him play, and then I met him and talked to him, and man, yeah, you cannot go wrong with that guy. I would love to add him to the Seahawks. Giuseppe, please, Brian, I need an offensive line signing today. Giuseppe, if I could do it for you, man, I would. I 100% would. I would do it for all of us, but it is what it is. So, all right. So anyway, back to this draft. I love this draft. And I wish, well, let me see. It says save. Can I save this? Okay, cool. I'm going to post this. People are going to, it's going to be funny what people say online about this. All right. We need some cope right now, folks. This is full on cope, spending time looking at drafts. a reactionary post 1.5. So free agency draft. All right. That's posted. That should do some numbers. People are going to laugh at that. All right. Let's do another. People they asked me to do, what was it? Pro Football Network or something. I've done that one a bunch, so let's do that. Let's do Pro Football Networks one. I'll share this tab so you guys should be able to see this. Yes, you should. Take the Seahawks, take the 7 rounds, go very fast. And off we go. You can't really see it that well. Let me zoom in a bit. Now, see, this is the problem with this one. Like, I'm sorry, Armand Membu's not going to be there at 18, guys. He's just not. Not going to happen. Come on. Why isn't this won't let me scroll? I can't see. Really? Won't let me scroll up to see who was drafted? That's stupid. I'm not going to take Armand Membu. I'm not going to do it because it's just not realistic. So let's stay in reality a little bit. Nickem and Worry is tempting. We do have a trade offer. Packers offering 23 and a next year second. Atlanta offering 30 and 46. Well, we definitely would take that. Cardinals offering, no, I'm not taking 47, but I think we could counteroffer with the Packers, and that Falcons offer is pretty good. So let's just see what we got here. We're not taking Membu. We're just not doing it. He'd be 100% my choice. Like, just to be clear, zero hesitation. I wouldn't take a trade. There's no trade you could offer me. I would do that in a second. You got all the other guys you like. I do think the move here is probably to trade back. I think, obviously, I love Nickem and Worry. Love that guy. So good. Based off these first few days, I just don't know that I can risk it right now. I just don't know. I think you got to go offensive line with your first pick. And there's guys that are worth it, just not necessarily at 18. If Membu's there, he's worth it at 18. I mean, no question. So let's look at these trade offers again. Let's look at 30. Ooh, see that's a challenging one, but let's do it. Let's do it. It's similar to what we did on the other one. And here's the thing. Donovan Jackson, Gray Zabel are gone. I hate myself. I hate the world. I hate it all. Son of a gun. I don't like anything. Wyatt Milam is not the guy you're taking this high. Tate Ratledge, you're not taking this high. Oh, now you're chasing it, guys. You are chasing it at this point. All right, so we're going to play it through, but Nickem and Worry is still there. So at this point, I'm taking Nickem and Worry. He is the best player. I don't hesitate. Josh Simmons is not a guard to me. I don't think he's a guard. I'm not interested in Mika Igbuka. I think he is the same player as JSN. I think he's fine, but I don't think he's dynamic. That's not the guy that I want to put next to JSN. If you spend a first round pick on him, you're saying that's the guy. So Nickem and Worry, first pick. Here we are at 46. Kenneth Grant is there. Jonas Avenai is there. That's an interesting name. Josh Connerly, Marcus Bowe is there. I think he's an interesting fit for what they're doing. Guard-wise, I think I could talk myself into Tate Ratledge here. In fact, like Jonas Avenaya, Tate Ratledge, those are the guys I'm probably really deciding between. Marcus Bowe's up there, but Bowe is like he's a little light. I'm just not sure he's going to hold up in the NFL. So we're gonna take man, Jonas Avenaya better. Like Tate Ratledge did not do well as a zone blocker last year. I got to take a quick look, guys. Gonna take a quick look. We're gonna look at 2000. We're gonna go back a couple of years. We're gonna look at guards and tackles in college football. And we're gonna look at their zone blocking grades. And we're going to wait for them to come up. Takes a little while. There's a lot of data to churn through here. Hope you guys are having a good day. Hope you're giving the show a like, subscribe, all that good stuff. If you're watching on Twitter, you're doing it wrong, by the way. You should be over on YouTube. Way better experience. The chat's awesome. 100% recommend being over on YouTube if you're watching on Twitter. Plus, you can subscribe. We're almost to 16,000 subscribers. We just crossed 15 like a few weeks ago, so it's hopping over there. All right. So zone blocking, and we're gonna look for Tate Ratledge. Well, it's not the greatest sign that he doesn't show up here. Tate Ratledge. He did all right as a zone blocker 2 years ago. He did not have a good zone blocking year last year, but the year before he was fine. Sava, Jonah. Where's Jonah Savanaya? He should be showing up here. Whatever. So we're going to go Tate Ratledge. For the vibes. It was really the honest truth. We are now up at pick 50, and then we have 52 after this. So far, we picked Nick Emmanwori, Tate Ratledge. I'm very tempted at this point to take Jared Wilson, because the next time we pick is 82. This is called chasing, well, not chasing edges, but this is called like pushing need too much, and this is uncomfortable. Tyleik Williams is a really good defensive tackle. Kenneth Grant should be the pick here. That's a good pick. Good. Like, I think I'll probably end up doing that. But, I mean, Jaden Higgins is a good pick here. Wide receiver should be a consideration. Let's take a look at the wide receiver group. Higgins, Royals, Besh, they've got pretty lowly rated, so we know we can potentially get him later. Torrey Horton's not bad. I mean, Higgins it would be a wise pick to make sure you end up. Like, Jalen Royals could be gone. It gets pretty thin at that spot. So I'm not a Wyatt like, I did not like the way Wyatt Milam looked in Senior Bowl. Like, he's like a day 3 pick for me, so I'm not going to pick him this high. I mean, TJ's, yeah, I don't know, guys. This gets a little bit hairy. Mason Taylor is a tight end. Like, it might be the move here might be going tight end, but I think I'm gonna add Jarrett Wilson. That's what I'm gonna do. I've done it. It's done. We're picking again. I don't know why I forget that I'm picking again. I thought I was only had a couple picks. All right, so now I think you go trenches again, and I think you go the other side of the ball. I think you get Kenneth Grant. So I could say you go for receiver, but you know what? Screw it. Like trenches, trenches, trenches. That is the call. All right, Jaden Higgins is there. Hell yes. Jaden Higgins is a pretty obvious choice. This guy 6'4". What did Jaden Higgins run in the 40? Wasn't bad, if I remember. And this guy's a good mover. I love the way he moved at the Senior Bowl, getting off the line. Yeah, he ran a 4.47. He's not a great blocker, unfortunately, but you know what? I know he's the pick. So there he is. And then again, guys, we get another pick. It comes up so fast. We could get Jalen Royals as well. But Elijah Arroyo's sitting there. You have not gotten a quarterback yet. I don't care. Jack Besh is there. Boom. Jack Besh, you are a Seahawk. All right? I like Jack Besh. He's a really good blocker. Great contested catcher. I love that pick. Now, Jordan Phillips is there. I love Jordan Phillips. I'm going to have him on the show. Charles Grant, terrific swing tackle. Jamari Caldwell, a great nose tackle, but you already got Kenneth Grant, so I don't think you need to double up. Jeffrey Bassa is a good linebacker. JJ Pegues could be your fullback and also a defensive tackle. That's a fun one. Tyler Shuck. You got to do it. You got to do it. Sorry. He is a guy that I think can be a starter. I would have loved to go in a different direction there, but I did it. It's a responsible thing to do. Now we are later on. We've taken a couple offensive linemen. We could take more. We could take Jackson Slater. Definitely could take Jack Nelson as a swing tackle. Ty Robinson as another defensive tackle. Cam Jackson, a great nose. Clay Webb. I think you, like, at some point, I don't know, like, man, I'm like, I'm going back and forth here. There's Frazier again. They got him way too low. There's Jalen Conyers. We can get him later. This is a tough one. I mean, honestly, we have not drafted a corner yet. I think you should. I think a swing tackle makes a lot of sense. I think you could make the case that Ty Robinson is like a Roy Robertson Harris guy. Cam Jackson is pure nose tackle. But I think Clay Webb's the move. Give me another offensive lineman. All right. Now, I think you should be doubling. We've already doubled up on receiver. We have not taken a tight end. That is not great. Luke Lachey's there, Jalen Conyers, Jackson Haas. Those guys are all good blockers. Honestly, I think you take one of these tackles. I love Jalen Travis. That guy, I mean, 6'7", 340, and a 9.9 RAS score. I mean, he is a freak of nature. But in this thing, you could get him really late, which is kind of fun. I think Jack Nelson, really like that guy, 6'7", 314. Interesting that he's played tackle and guard. You have drafted 3 offensive linemen. There is a limit. Linebacker is a position you need to be thinking about a little bit. Nick Martin's probably a smart choice here. Edge you have not taken yet. I don't love the edges left. Jaw Joyner's like okay. I'm just not a big fan. I mean, honestly, you take best player. I don't hate taking another quarterback, to be honest. You know, Aeneas Peebles like is a good player. I just don't think he's a fit. Honestly, I think I either go swing tackle or I go Ty Robinson. Those are the 2 places I look. I'm going to take a swing tackle because none of the guys that we've drafted really have tackle in their repertoire. I like Jack Nelson. I've not taken him yet, so he's a Seahawk now. Now this is, again, they have not made the completion of the DK Metcalf trade, so we have some extra picks here, but so what? I mean, Peebles is the right pick, but he's just not a fit, and I don't think he'd be available here anyway. Jackson Haas. Let's take a tight end, a blocking tight end. Oh, Willie Lampkin. I saw him there. That's going to be our next pick if he's still around. Jalen Travis, I told you I love it. I love Mac McWilliams. You've not taken a corner yet. Nick Martin, linebacker, would make sense. Baron Sorrell at edge is not a terrible pick this late. Did Willie Lampkin go? Did I miss him again? Come on. All right, so I think I'm going Mac McWilliams. Yeah, I think I'm going Mac McWilliams. I liked him at a corner position. So interesting, guys. I'm curious what you think of this one, because with this one, I was pretty upset to miss out on Donovan Jackson and Gray Zabel. I think those are more surefire offensive line prospects. But you get Nick Emenwari. I don't think that's realistic, by the way, but you get Nick Emenwari. Then you get Tate Ratledge and Jared Wilson, and you get Kenneth Grant, and you get, I love the back-to-back receivers, Jaden Higgins and Jack Besh. Both big-bodied guys, very different than JSN. Very different. Jack Besh is a high-point, physical, contested catch guy. Jaden Higgins is a speedster who's also tall. I think that's a really nice combination at the receiver spot. Tyler Shuck has, I think, as good of an opportunity to be a pro quarterback as anyone coming out in this class. Clay Webb, adding him to the mix gives you another prospect. I really like that kid, and he's somebody who I think has a shot at being a developmental player. Really good fit for this offense. Jack Nelson, I love as a swing tackle. Jackson Haas, physical blocker. Mac McWilliams, I think a nice physical corner. So, not bad. Not bad. How do you guys feel about it? Let me check your comments. How are you guys feeling? What would you guys prefer, the first one or the second? And here is a second reactionary mock. Okay. Get this posted. So I think people like the first one better. I'm curious why. Like, the first one had Gray Zabel and Donovan Jackson and Jackson Dart. I think it's pretty hard to beat that. I'm guessing that's why. Oh, great. We've hit the maximum on Instagram. So Instagram has stopped streaming. That's always good news that we've hit a maximum on Instagram. So that first one is pretty hard to beat. Gray Zabel, Jackson Dart, Donovan Jackson, Jalen Knoll, Elijah Arroyo, and Omar Norman Lott on your first 6 picks. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Omar Norman Lott, Za Frazier, David Walker, Pat Bryant. I mean, that's a really good draft. I mean, if you do that, then yeah. The second one here, what I will say is I think Nick Emenwari might be the best player of any of the players in either draft of these mock drafts. I think Tate Ratledge and Jared Wilson have a chance to come in and be kind of like Jared Verse and Braden Fisk. They played next to each other in college. They play next to each other in the pros. And I think they could be excellent teammates and bring a lot of leadership and energy and fun to the team. Both those guys are great. They want to be in each other's weddings. Jared Wilson wants to smell Tate Ratledge's mullet. Like, that's fun. Kenneth Grant, I don't believe is going to be available that late, but it's not out of the realm. Like, he did not test really at the combine. And what he did test did not test that well. Doesn't have a lot of production. Defensive tackles who are not great pass rushers don't have a lot of production and then don't test really well. I don't think they get drafted necessarily in the first round. So I don't think it's crazy. I think that's a really nice thing to put next. Like, he's almost an ideal person to put next to Byron Murphy over time. Jaden Higgins and Jack Besh, I just love. That's almost an idea. Like, if I could switch Higgins with Knoll, I would. But I love Higgins and Besh are both almost the perfect complements to JSN in terms of this draft. And then Tyler Shuck, he easily could be better than Jackson Dart. He just doesn't get as much love. He's pretty mobile. He's a runner. He has a lot to offer. And he's got the it factor too. Clay Webb, Jack Nelson, like both of these drafts, guys, I'd be pretty psyched with both of them. I'd be pretty psyched with both of them. But I love this comment from London Calling. A member says, first 3 picks of Mach 1 are like a cool, fluffy, silk-cased pillow of cope to snuggle down into. 100%. That is exactly what this is meant to be. This is all cope. This is all cope because I think we'd all take an actual NFL interior offensive lineman that we would believe in right now, for sure. So let's do another one. Let's do a PFF one. I think PFF is pretty way off, but we're going to do it anyway. Let me see. Yeah. All right. So let's do another one. And then I might take another break because I got to run an errand. And then I'll come back and then we'll keep going. But let's do PFF. Let's do it. All right. So that was fun. I like that. I got to tell you, mock drafts with 5 picks in the first 92. Pretty fun. Pretty fun. Yeah, I like that. So let's do this. You guys should be able to see this. We're going to take randomness down a little bit. Well, no, that's fine. See how this goes. Make sure you guys can see this okay. Yeah, you should be able to see that pretty well. Reading a reply from Mr. Bob Condata to somebody online. He says, I'm not going to be overly harsh on this specific signing because I think his projected role is to be a game day swing backup and not a starter. I think he must be talking about Mr. Jones. Yeah. I think fans that think John Schneider believes Jones is their big signing, I don't think that's right. But I think John Schneider is going to take slings and arrows until he does something, period. All right, so here we are at 18. We've done a trade in both the others. James Pierce, to me, is not a fit. I don't think he's a fit for what they do. I think he's an incredibly talented pass rusher, but I don't think he's the right fit. Luther Burden is a receiver that I find interesting for the Seahawks. You see the description of him here. He's just an all-around athlete. Like, that's what you're looking for. He's 21. This is a guy that was a top 10 pick in a lot of mock drafts not that long ago. Just an explosive player. He's just an interesting receiver. Like, he's the one guy for me, other than Tet McMillan, that I would pause about in the first round, assuming he's there. And I think he probably will be. I told you Josh Simmons is not for me. Egbuka is not for me. Kelvin Banks could be. Shamar Stewart's sitting there, which I just don't think is realistic at all. Matthew Golden. I'm not a Matthew Golden the first round guy. Matthew Golden is incredibly fast, but you're betting on him being something in the pros that he wasn't in college. And I'm not there on a first round pick. It's too important of a year for that. Gray Zabel's still there. Demetrius Knight, that is incredibly high for Demetrius Knight. I think he's really good, but that's pretty high. So let's do this. Let's trade back. Let's trade back to relatively close to where we were before. Everybody's interested in this pick. That's funny. Let's trade back with let's do, what do the Lions have? 60. Sure. Let's do that. All right. Now we could get them to trade more in this thing, but who cares? Look, let's make this somewhat realistic. All right. So this is just to keep things somewhat similar to the way that they were in the other drafts. Who did you lose? Shamar Stewart, you lose. Luther Burden, you lose. Calvin Banks, you lose. Okay. But there's Gray Zabel sitting there. So I think you do it. I don't think you wait. Same reason as before. Gray Zabel's a Seahawk. I think we all feel good about that. All right. Now you're all the way down to pick 50. Now you got 50. Wait. See, they don't even have us having that pick. Come on. All right, hold on. So stupid. We got to make a trade. Steelers, pick 52. We're going to offer them something from next year. Force this trade. Yeah, you get a 6th-round pick next year, Steelers. Suck it. And actually, you know what we're going to do just to make this, I think, more accurate? I think the Steelers are going to give us 212, and I think we're going to give them... Oops, sorry, no, that's not right. I think we're going to give them 173, and they're going to give us... Is it 225? Can't quite remember. Let's assume that's the right, okay? So, and 52. All right, so this is the trade. That should be accurate with the Steelers. Do they have us having 92? Have they even updated that, you bastards? Or they do have us having 92. All right, so whatever. So let's make sure we've got this. All right, so that trade's at least made. So we've got 50 and 52. So here we are. Carson Schlesinger, Xavier Strapo. I don't think Estrepo is not a good fit. Elijah Arroyo could be a pick here. It's funny, all these things. Okay, Donovan Jackson. I think I go Donovan Jackson, just like we did before. And then let's see who's available at quarterback. All right, you got some of the same names. Now, they'll let us get whoever we want at this point. I'm going to keep this relatively similar, okay? I'm going to keep this relatively similar. First 3 picks the same as that first draft. Now we have pick 60 because of the trade with Detroit. Now I start looking at weaponry because you need to have weapons. Arroyo is, to me, the obvious pick. Could go receiver. There's Mason Taylor, who I like as well. I think Arroyo is the pick. Let me just check the receiver group. Jalen Knoll is sitting there. Our next pick is 82. So you got Royal and Knoll. I think the right move here is to take tight end, to take Arroyo, take him off the board. All right. Mason Taylor, I'd be fine with that too. So now I think you really have to look at receiver. No, I don't want to trade. I want receiver. There's Royals. So Jalen Royals is also a guy that I think is an interesting fit. He's not quite the athlete that the other guys are. But I think he's got some nice shake after the catch. Trey Harris is an interesting guy. he is, again, a guy that's going to be a little bit more of the deep ball. What was Trey Harris? What did he run? What did he run? Trey Harris. I think I can get Jack Besh, by the way, in this. Trey Harris ran a 4.54. That's not great. All right, so back here. Jack Besh is gone. Oof. Okay, so someone asked me what I thought of Savion Williams. I'm kind of out on Savion Williams. His attitude was awful at the combine, and he did not test as well as I thought he'd test. And he's already a project. He doesn't have a clear position. I think he has a better chance of ending up being Laviska Shenault than he does of being Cordero Patterson or someone like that. So Savion Williams is just not a guy I would put high on my list. This is bad. I think we've kind of messed up on the receiver front, but we did get a good receiving tight end. So we're going to take Jalen Royals. Here's where we are picks wise. I think I want to start looking, like, I honestly would want to look for, is Jared Wilson available still? Jared Wilson is available. So is Willie Lampkin. I think one of those is the pick I would probably make, but we have not taken anybody on defense yet. And we have to at least take a look. Jeffrey Bassa, linebacker. I don't love the CJ West is, I think, an interesting name. Kobe Bryant, Jamari Caldwell. I think I just say screw it and we take the risk. So I'm gonna go ahead and take Jared Wilson. Because we're just gonna we're gonna do it. All right, so here we are, 4th round. And I love Damian Martinez, but I don't think you can take him this high. I want to start looking on the other side of the ball. I could make the case to take Pat Bryant or another receiver here, just to double up on receiver. Kyle Williams is a fine pick. Man, did we really lost out on the defensive tackles? That's not great, guys. Not great. So if I look at defensive interior, oh, there's Cameron Jackson and Ty Robinson. Man, they have them really ranked low. I'm going to make this more realistic. I'm going to say we're going to take Cam Jackson here in the 4th. They're going to hate that pick. I don't care. I think you got to get some guys on the nose tackle spot. We go down to the 6th round pick. I think I traded the wrong pick to them, by the way. I think I traded them a 5th round pick. Son of a gun. Well, whatever. I like Jonah Monheim, but I don't think you're going to double up there. I could go Jack Nelson again. Jalen Conyers. Let's do that. Take our do everything. Pegues is already gone. What about receiver? Let's just take a quick check at receiver. Here are the names here. Ty Felton, I think, has some interesting traits. Linebacker. Where are we on linebacker? Getting pretty thin there, too. Nick Martin's still there. What about edge rusher? Fadil Diggs is at least fast, but not too interesting. So yeah, I mean, this is the thing, is when you come in there with needs, you start to potentially miss out on some talent. So I think Jalen Conyers. We're going to take Jalen Conyers and take a risk there with his talent. Miles Frazier, I love. Jackson Slater, I love. Luke Lachey. We've already taken a couple tight ends. Holland Pierce is a really athletic swing tackle. Jimmy Horn Jr. An interesting guy. Don't know if that's where I'd go there. Sam Brown. 18% contested catch rate. No thanks. No thank you. Ty Robinson's there. I don't think that's realistic. Sorry. I'm not going to take him that late. Wow. It is picked over, though. Joshua Gray, I think, is a great pick this late, but I just. I don't think you can just take every offensive lineman in the draft. Let's take Nick Martin at linebacker. Let me just double check. Where are we at? I don't know much about Elijah Clark. What is he? 6'1", 187? Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not tempted there. Efton Chisholm, 5'11". Any time that there's an Eastern Washington guy, you got to take a look. All right. Maybe we take Fadil Diggs, a toolsy edge player. I don't think that's the worst pick at this late in the draft. And then here we are in the 7th round. And let's see, where was the guy? I mean, we're not going to take Clay Webb. I know that'd be fun. There was someone else I was looking at down here. Where'd he go? Oh, no, that's not him. Mac McWilliams could do that again. Nick Martin. I'm going to take him to Nick Martin, the linebacker. And then final pick. Sure, why not? We'll take Josh Gray. I know Clay Webb's there, but I don't believe that's real. All right, they're going to hate this draft. I don't care. Let's see how it looks. So this is the first. They hate it so bad. They really hate it. Gray Zabel, Donovan Jackson, Jackson Dart, Elijah Arroyo, Jalen Royals. Royals, like, he's just not quite the same explosive player that the other guys are but he's a good receiver. And I think he offers a little bit more wiggle than JSN. Jared Wilson. So, I mean, I love the offensive line part of this. I think there's a lot of upside offensive line wise. I think trenches wise, Cameron Jackson, really good, solid run stuffer. Jalen Conyers, gives you that multifaceted weapon. Fadil Diggs is a toolsy edge player. Nick Martin, I think, is a solid backup linebacker who has upside. And Josh Gray, I really like him as a guy that's a guard who can also play center. I don't hate this draft. It's definitely the worst of the three. I mean, it's definitely the worst of the three. So I see someone saying that Efton went to your high school. All right, write me a quick point of view on Mr. Efton as a receiver. So yeah, this is like, I mean, I'd be pretty excited with the first 4 picks and really Jared Wilson on top of that. The rest of it, not so great. But I think what we're finding out now, in each of these cases, I traded back into the late 20s or the 30. And I don't think that's the bad move. I really don't. If you end up with 6 picks in the top 100, there's a lot of damage you can do on offensive line, quarterback, wide receiver, tight end. Sorry, did somebody say Joey Bosa got signed? I'm not seeing that. Am I missing something? I'm not seeing anything about that. Anyway, I did see that Tyrann Mathieu, Honey Badger, re-signed with the Saints. So there's that. Reported 49ers Joey Bosa contract offer disputed. I don't know. Let's not play that game. I don't care if it's at the top of Reddit. Like, let's stick with actual source reports. I had people in this chat and online telling me yesterday that the Seahawks had signed Will Fries, that they had connections inside the facility that had told them that. I saw someone else on Twitter who's in the past had some luck with those things. Let's not do that, folks. It's not a good look for you. It's not a good look for the rest of us. So, here's what I'm going to do, folks. I feel a little bit better having done some mock drafts. I don't know about you. I still feel pretty annoyed about the state of things with the Seahawks offensive line. Let me zoom this guy out a little bit more. Oops. There we go. So you guys can see. These are the guard prospects. Let's reset what the situation is. The Seahawks have signed Jaron Reed. They've signed Ernest Jones. They've signed Sam Darnold. That's what they've added. They have lost Roy Robertson Harris, Laken Tomlinson, if you call that a loss. And they've cut other guys. We're not going to go into it because they haven't all signed yet, but that's kind of where things stand. All indications are they were targeting Will Fries as their top offensive line target, and they lost him. He signed a 5-year, $88 million a year, $88 million contract that will pay him $17.5 million per year to the Minnesota Vikings. The Vikings also signed Ryan Kelly, the center. So the teammates from Indianapolis move on to Minnesota. I'm going to try to see if I can find someone from Indy to come on the show and talk about those players, just because I'm kind of curious. But we'll talk more about that. And as far as who's left, James Daniels also signed with the Miami Dolphins. So I think there are 3 decent offensive linemen available left for the Seahawks to target on the interior of the line. Tevin Jenkins, who's 27 years old, is a good player, but is often injured. He was with the Bears last year. The Bears parted ways with him to get Jonah Jackson, to get Joe Thuney. And so he's out there. So Tevin Jenkins is one. Mekhi Becton, biggest name, biggest man. 6'7", 363 pounds, top pick in the top 10 pick, 11th pick, I think overall in the first round as a tackle. Was converted to a guard last year by the Jets and had a good year. But he has struggled in pass protection, and he's a little bit of an odd fit at that size for a zone scheme, although he had a decent year blocking in zone schemes. Kevin Zeitler is the third and final of the guys that I think are decent options. He is 35 years old. He is not a long-term solution, but he was the third best guard in the NFL, according to PFF last year. An excellent run blocker, and an excellent zone blocker. He would instantly give you leadership in that room and allow you to potentially develop some of the younger guys and have them supplant him next year. Don't know if he's willing to come. I think my best bet is he's going to go back to Detroit and try to go for a ring. Why wouldn't he? Part of a terrific offensive line, great coaching staff, family's already there. My assumption is Kevin Zeitler is going back to Detroit. But that, to me, would be the best opportunity for the Seahawks is Kevin Zeitler. Those are the 3 guys. After that, it gets really thin. Brandon Scherf, 33 years old. He's fallen off a cliff. He was one of the worst zone blocking guards in the league last year. He's been good at it in the past, but no longer. Shaq Mason is a guy that was released by the Houston Texans. The Texans released him and they signed Laken Tomlinson. So they think Laken Tomlinson is an upgrade over Shaq Mason. That should give you some pause. He's 32. He has been very good, but he has not been very good for a few years. Dalton Risner. He played for the Vikings last year. The Vikings just let him go to upgrade to Will Fries. He's 29 years old. He's a decent pass protector. He's not a good run blocker. He's an okay zone blocker. Will Hernandez. Will Hernandez, 29 years old, coming off a pretty major knee injury. Really solid overall offensive lineman. Not the best fit for a zone blocking scheme. He's another option. I put another guy on here, Cesar Ruiz, who played for the Saints last year under Clint Kubiak and John Benton, who made a big jump. He's 26 years old. They'd have to trade for him. He's not available. They'd have to trade for him. Don't know if it's even close to realistic, but I think he's worth putting on there just because of their familiarity with him. That's it. That's it. I see somebody, let's see, Wi-Fi is offering to be a moderator. I appreciate that. I might take you up on it, but I kind of need to see people in chat for a while longer before I trust them to be a moderator, since you can kick people out and cause mayhem. So I haven't seen you enough Wi-Fi to be a moderator, but stick around, show up, and be kind and a good part of the community, and I would be happy to the offer. I really do appreciate it. And with increasingly like thousands of people in chat or online at the same time, we're going to need more moderators, and I appreciate that. So yeah, thank you for the offer. So Seahawks are in a tough spot. They're in a tough spot. They're going to have to find a way to get one of these top guys. And if they don't, good luck. Good luck. I think it's going to be really rough. I think their young guys are going to have to take a massive step forward. Their coaches are going to have to do the job of their lives. All right, guys, I'm going to make a quick trip, do a quick errand. I will be back. Sorry, I was reading chat and trying to talk at the same time. I'm going to do a quick errand. I'll be back in a little bit. News may break while I'm gone. If it does, it does. And then I will come on and I'll talk to you all about it. I'm going to leave this running so you guys can hang out together. I think you appreciate that. And this dude is always taking breaks. I was on for 8 hours yesterday and took like maybe an hour of breaks total. So yeah. Today, as I warned you all, it's going to be a slower day. So I don't think doing 8 hours straight of shows is going to make that much sense. And I got stuff I got to do. So I can take this all down, but I believe that you guys benefit from having it up there. And I think it's kind of funny. Someone thinks it's a joke. All right. I don't know. Whatever. I got to do what I got to do. You guys can react however you want to react. But I'll be back as soon as I can. And I appreciate everybody for hanging out. Take care. See you soon. Hey, folks. I am back. Amazing that people are still hanging out. Almost 10,000 folks. We are 1 o'clock Pacific time. We are exactly 24 hours away from the actual official league year beginning tomorrow. That's when things will become official with the moves that were made, and could be additional moves that come as a result. There hasn't been a lot of news, honestly, since I left you all. And um, yeah, so I already see it's in here. I'm not surprised it is. So the thing that I've seen starting to get some chatter is conversation on online speculation, I would call it, that the problem might not be John Schneider. That might not be the issue of what's keeping them from making these deals. It might be ownership. And then I saw additional speculation that the thing that kept them from making the deal was the length of the contract. I talked to you all about that at the beginning, that 5 years is way out of norm for John Schneider. He does 3-year deals essentially, and so 5 years is a big stretch. I don't think that's a crazy notion that the length of the contract was a key factor in why this didn't happen for Will Fries in Seattle. I just urge caution for everybody. Like Dan Veens, who's I think the source of some of this speculation. Dan Veens is a really good guy, huge Seahawks fan. I think he used to be formerly a sports caster on TV. I think he's smart. Like, nothing against Dan. I don't know, and this is literally like I don't know. I have not seen Dan break news about the Seahawks very much. I don't break news about the Seahawks. I intentionally do not break news about the Seahawks. I analyze news around the Seahawks and anticipate news about the Seahawks, but I don't break it. And so I would just urge caution when there are folks that are talking about speculation and then they've got sources. It's possible. Dan, like I said, he has background in sports. Wouldn't be surprised if he still got connections somewhere. It's a little surprising that now all of a sudden he's got an insight that nobody else has. Like I said, it's possible, but I'm skeptical, I guess I would say. And, this is why if you want to really like zero in on trustworthy sources, and again, I'm not throwing shade at Dan, good guy. I'm sure he believes what he's reporting and has sources he trusts. But the guys that I really look to make things real are Brady Henderson and Bob Condata. And to some extent, Mike Dugar. I'm like, Mike Dugar is not really a newsbreaker generally, but he's an amazing writer, and I think he does some really good work as well. So I trust the way that they do their jobs and the reporting that they do. They have a really high hit rate, especially Brady, of talking about things around the edges of the Seahawks that end up coming to fruition or being true. Latest example, Brady was talking about Will Fries, and he was right that was their target. And so I would just urge caution is mainly what I would say. And I'm not going to sit here and start speculating in great detail about ownership's role. I do think that there is a reality that this team is going to be sold at some point. That's not a speculation. That's a fact. We don't know when. We know that John Schneider's contract runs through 2027. That's a couple years from now. And there might be something around that time where they're looking at moving on from the team. I don't know. Like, all those things are possible. It is absolutely, like, maybe there is a cash budget issue. Those are all possible. But for me, all that matters is right now the Seahawks have done absolutely nothing to improve their offensive line. That's what matters, whatever the reason. And we can take it out on whoever we want to take it out on. But end of the day, I'm a season ticket holder. I've been a season ticket holder for a very long time. I know a lot of you are as well. We just had our season ticket prices increased. We've got these crazy variable prices that make it really, really tempting to sell your seats for the best games against your biggest rivals. And Seahawks fans are absolutely sick of having the offensive line be not just bad, but maybe the worst in the NFL. There's a big difference between being mediocre on the offensive line and being absolutely atrocious. And the Seahawks for years have been exactly that. So I don't care how they do it. I'd prefer that they get a veteran free agent that you feel like you at least can project what that guy's going to be. But they might not have it. They might not be able to do it. We're going to find out. I'm sure they are working it right now to figure out what the next option would be. But Will Fries, as I said earlier, I'll say it again. There's all these people that are up in arms about Will Fries leaving for the Vikings. And why didn't the Seahawks do it? I would guess 99.9% of those folks, including me, had never heard of Will Fries like 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago, whatever it was. Like, he has been a below average starting player for every year he's been in the league until last year when he played 5 games and only 4 of those were good. It's not, I think he is a symbol of why people are angry. I don't think that they really could tell you in any detail about why losing Will Fries is like why he's so good. He's a really good fit for this scheme. Like, all that stuff's true. But it is feeling like your team will not go that extra mile to address what is just a glaring weakness on this team again. That's what people are pissed about. And Will Fries is just the latest example of them not doing that. And so you're kind of faced with, is this a thing that the GM is keeping them from doing? Is this a thing that ownership is keeping them from doing? Is this a thing where the players are choosing to go elsewhere? Like Drew Dahlman didn't, he wanted to go to Chicago, period. It might be all of the above. It might be, different answers for different situations. I just, I think the why matters less than just the fact of the matter is the Seahawks have not improved their line. And I think it speaks volumes that the Houston Texans, who had arguably as bad or a worse line than the Seahawks last year, they traded away Laramie Tunsil. They cut Shaq Mason. They released Shaq Mason. And they signed a Seahawks starting guard, Laken Tomlinson. You could argue the Texans have done more for their offensive line than the Seahawks have. And that's not... I don't think anyone's going to claim Laken Tomlinson is the prize of the free agent class. So I have no doubt the Seahawks are working the phones and are going to try to land one of these guys. As I said earlier, the guy that would be the most projectable for being a quality addition to this team and being a veteran that could help lead a young room is Kevin Zeitler. He's 35 years old. He was one of the best guards in football last year. He's been one of the best guards in football for a while, but he's 35. I assume he's going to go back to Detroit, but I'm not positive. And the reason I'm not positive is because Christian Mahogany, a draft pick that I liked last year, by the way, that's not just Johnny come lately. You can go back and watch the draft coverage in day 3. I kept mentioning him as a guy that they could have drafted. I think they drafted him maybe in the 6th round. He looked really good for them last year. And so maybe they feel good about their young guys. Maybe they don't want to add Zeitler back again and pay him the money. Maybe they want to do something else with that money. And so maybe Zeitler's available. If he is, he's going to have competition. You know, he's played for the Giants before, I believe. That might have been the team that I think they traded for him. Anyway, I think Zeitler played for the Giants. The Bengals are looking for guards. The Patriots are looking for guards. Lots of teams are looking for guards. But I think Kevin Zeitler is the best option of the guys left. I think that Mekhi Becton is going to be the most popular choice for fans. 25 years old, really talented, really big. That would be fun. I'm just not sure that he's an ideal fit for a heavily outside zone scheme team. And then Tevin Jenkins, who is a solid, like, he's a really solid guard. But keep in mind that the Bears moved on from him in order to get to Jonah Jackson and Joe Thuney. And the reason mainly is Tevin Jenkins has been hurt a lot. He's had trouble staying on the field. So none of these guys are perfect. They all have warts on them in some way, shape, or form. But any of the 3 guys I've got listed in green, I think would be solid additions to the team that you could say, okay, we've done something that's more than what we did in the previous years to help improve this line. If it's one of the guys in white, Brandon Scherf, Shaq Mason, Dalton Risner, Will Hernandez, I don't know that you can make that case. I think Will Hernandez, I really like. I don't think he's a great fit for this scheme. He's also coming off a serious knee injury. And the other guys, I mean, Dalton, like Shaq Mason, he just got replaced by Laken Tomlinson willingly by a team. So unless you see something that you can get out of Shaq Mason that he hasn't shown for the last 3 years, that's not a great option. But those other guys, they all fit in the kind of the Laken Tomlinson bucket. Will Hernandez is better than Laken Tomlinson, but again, coming off of injury and being more of a fit for a gap scheme team, I don't know that he clearly is better. So we're going to keep an eye for those names. There is another name that came off the list, and I know this was a hard one for Jeff Simmons. Patrick Ricard, the fullback for the Ravens, returned to the Ravens today. This was a guy that Jeff really loved as an option for the Seahawks. You can get tough and physical outside of the offensive line. Your tight ends can be tough and physical. Your wide receivers can be tough and physical. Your, obviously, your running backs. With Marshawn Lynch, we've seen it. Chris Carson, you've seen what it means to have a physical running back. And you can do it with a fullback. And so Patrick Ricard's like a 300-pound former defensive lineman, I believe, has been an all-pro fullback. And I think Jeff was excited about him coming to Seattle. He's actually not been as good in outside zone kind of offenses. So I'm not sure he was a great fit, but he would have been a fun story. Kyle Juszczyk. Let me go back and look. Let's look at Kyle Juszczyk's numbers. From what I mean, I am a little bit biased in the fact that he's a 49er for so long. But my recollection was he had fallen off quite a bit. So let me go back and look. We're going to look at running back. And we're going to look at zone blocking. Yeah, so Reggie Gilliam was the best zone blocking fullback. He is a free agent from Buffalo. That's the guy that I would target. He's younger. I think he's athletic. He's also a good gap blocking. Like, he was the best overall, like between the two, the best overall in each of those schemes. Michael Burton from Denver is available as a fullback. He was better than Juszczyk as a zone blocking fullback and also better in gap. And then it's Juszczyk. Juszczyk is next. And And then you've got Adam Prentice, who was, with the Saints last year, and so knows the offense. Kubiak and Benton know him. So Prentice is, I think is a real possibility. But watch out for Reggie Gilliam. Watch out for Michael Burton. And then maybe Juszczyk. I feel like Juszczyk has really fallen off. I think there's a reason he's not on the 49ers anymore. He's 34 years old. He just he wouldn't be my choice. He is an older guy, so there's a benefit of having some veteran leadership, but his grades have really dropped off. He's been a good pass protector, blitz pickup guy, still is that. He's not a weapon out of the backfield anymore. Not really a pass catcher. So yeah, I'm just not as enamored with the Juszczyk option. But I also think there's some pretty interesting fullbacks candidates in the draft. So we'll see. I think let me see. I'm checking some other info. Yeah. Let me get to some super chats, and we'll talk about some of the questions we got there. Got a question from Brian Henderson. He's been a member for 7 months. Brian, I don't know if we've interacted. Been a member for 7 months. I love it. Thank you for the support. Says, what are your thoughts on Trey Harris at 50 or 52? It's a little rich for me. And I'll admit, I've not done as much Trey Harris work as I need to. I didn't do a lot of receiver work because I thought DK Metcalf was coming back. 6'2", 200 pounds, ran a 4.5 40, which is nice. I talked about him when we were doing some mock drafts earlier. I think the fact that let me take a look at where he is with contested catches. So hold on 1 second. Draft, big board, Trey Harris. So 61% contested catch rate, that's appealing. I love that he has such a good grade against man coverage, 95. And I love if you get Jackson Dart, adding more Jackson Dart friendly receivers who played with him, I think is a good thing. Pretty decent after the catch as well. So I think that's good. Yeah, I think he's interesting. I don't know if I'm comfortable with him. I'd have to see a lot more of him to say I'm ready to draft him in the first 50 picks or so. But certainly a guy to keep an eye on. Appreciate it, Brian. I will say, Brian, you got to change your name, man. It's got to be an I. That's the only way to spell Brian. Just a bit of advice. Con Mero says, yo, Brian, is there any realistic chance Armand Membu is sitting at 14 and Seattle has the option to trade up? Well, let's take that first. I think it's really unlikely. I think Membu's going to be a top 5 pick, maybe a top 8 pick. He's just too good. He's too clean of an eval. And it's just too hard to find players like him. So I think he's gone. I don't think that the Seahawks are going to have an opportunity to trade up for him. And I don't think that they would, to be clear. I'm not sure they're going to move up for anybody in this draft. And I'm not sure that they should. Next question you had is also thoughts on Colston Loveland and Luther Burden III to team up with JSN. So I talked about Luther Burden a little bit earlier. I really like Luther Burden as a complement to JSN. He's a guy that... Where did it go? I lost my way with all my millions of tabs. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so Luther Burden, I was going to bring up some info on him. I just think he's a really interesting complement to JSN. You know, he's also pretty young, 21 years old. He has a decent contested catch rate. 55% is not bad. He's got a decent grade against man coverage, which for me is always an indicator of how good of a separator you are, how you can get off press, things like that. Um, he is pretty good after the catch. He has a pretty low drop rate, good hands. Um, and so I like him. I like him. Uh, he's one of the only guys I think could be worth a first round consideration. But I just feel like there's gonna be so many other guys, and the way things are going right now for the Seahawks, I feel like you got to go offensive line. I've been of the mind that it's a bad thing for them to go offensive line first, but right now, I don't think you can afford to do anything else. I think you gotta get Gray Zabel or Donovan Jackson. You know, if Membu somehow is there, you take him. You got to get one of those top tier guys to add to this line because you need that much higher of a probability that they're gonna hit. You can't just lump them all together and say they're all similar, you know? Um, so good question there on Luther Burden. Colson Loveland, you asked about. Loveland's not a blocker. He's like a tight end in name only to me. He's like a receiver. He's gonna be split out a lot. I don't think I think the tight ends are often gonna be attached to this. I'm just not sure he's a fit personally. Super Sauce XL says, with Zach Allen, the pivot to Dre Jones happened super quick. A bit surprised they haven't moved on anything yet. Wonder if something is in the works. Well, it's a good point. But here's the thing. John Schneider's talked about the fact you can't just buy your way out of this. And he also talked about the fact that they've tried that and made that mistake before. And he's talked about the fact that they didn't expect Dre Jones to be a day one pick, that nobody would have expected that. Well, I think all those comments are related to the Dre Jones signing. And I think what happened there was they really did want Zach Allen. Zach Allen chose to go to Denver. And I don't know if I'd say they panicked, but they said, we got to get somebody, and spent a bunch of money. And is there anybody that thinks that that was a good deal? Anybody? I mean, other than Draymond Jones? I'm not even sure Draymond Jones would think that was a good deal. He's got some money, but it wasn't a good couple years for him here. So I think they learned a lesson from that to not immediately pivot and just spend a ton of money on the next guy, because the gap between Will Fries and their eval and these other guys, I'm guessing, is pretty significant. And so now they're trying to figure out, what are we willing to do here? What's the right thing to do? Giving Mekhi Becton $19-20 million a year for 4 or 5 years, I think that's a high potential to be a regrettable decision. As much as we want to hear that Seahawks signed one of these guys, I think I think the Will Fries deal could end up being one of the worst deals in free agency. The guy has not been healthy. He has not been that good other than 4 games. I think there's reason to believe he's on the upswing and that could work out well. But $88 million, 5 years for a guy that's played 4 good games, that's a high risk. And I think we would have all been happy, like, with him if they had done that deal. But we might not have been happy, 6 months from now when it's in the season and he's on the IR. So I guess that's my answer, is I think that they're trying most likely to analyze, what are these guys worth? How far are we willing to go over what they're worth? Because you're going to have to overpay. And that's not a shot. That's just the reality. And are they willing to do that? So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't hear anything on guard for the Seahawks the rest of the day today. They may even move on to other guys that they've got higher on their board that they think they want to get into Seattle. Don't know. We'll see. They also may be exploring trade options. I don't know how many there are. I got Cesar Ruiz from New Orleans on this list, who at least played for Clint Kubiak and John Benton last year. I think there is a way that deal could go down, but I don't think it's likely. All right, next one. Griff is a new member. That's awesome. Love to have Griff here. I'm guessing this isn't Griffin Sturgeon, but Griff either way. I think that's such a great name, man. And welcome to the community. Conmero says, kudos in covering the Seahawks with these long live streams. It's been pretty entertaining. I also had to leave, but did you respond to the last super chat about Membu? I just did. So sorry you had to spend extra money to get your answer, but appreciate the support, and hopefully you heard it. But yes, answered that about Membu. I don't think that he's going to be there. Taran Srinivasan? Going to do my best there. Did you see Dan Veen's report? Get Jody and John out. Yeah, I heard about it. I talked about it. I understand being upset. I really, really do. I think we're all feeling that way. But I'd be really cautious about reading too much into that. I see it as maybe a little bit more credible than one of us just saying we know somebody, but it was just a day ago, like half a day ago. I had multiple people in my DMs and on this chat saying that they've got contacts in the VMAC who said that they've signed Will Fries. Like, how did that turn out? Like, just like there's a lot of people, and it could be someone who's telling Dan who wants to feel like they've got information that is exaggerating or making something up, and Dan trusts this person, and like there's so many ways that could be wrong. I'd be real cautious on that one. Now, what I will say is if they don't improve the offensive line, doesn't matter the reason, doesn't matter whether it was reported or not reported, this is going to get ugly. All right. Felipe Emanchi says, how much are they believing that the new offensive coordinator will improve the offensive line even without major changes? And how much do you think that will help? I really believe in this. I do. I believe in the notion that part of offensive line is identifying good players. And I don't think they've been great on the interior offensive line at doing that. Part of it is developing those players. And as of now, given that there is such a void in the market, such a short supply in the market of good interior offensive linemen or offensive linemen in general, what you're going to get is young, raw players that you need to develop. By the way, my dog's going to start barking at the delivery person, just so you know. Well, Finn, come here. Finn, come here. People want to say hi. Finn's going to bark. He's very, very unhappy. It's okay, Finn. It's okay. So you have to develop guys. I think that's a key part. It's like any good organization, when you have short supply, you can acquire those guys or you can create those guys. And look at what everyone says, the Eagles just keep drafting these guys in the first round. Well, Jordan Mailata was a 7th round pick. Mekhi Becton was a tier 8 free agent that they converted from tackle to guard. So absolutely, development can be big. And I also looked earlier today, I was talking about this with Cesar Ruiz, who's on this list. He made a huge leap last year. He had been a guy in the 50s as a PFF grade, as a guard. His first year with John Benton and Clint Kubiak, he became a serviceable to above average guard in one season. So yes, I do believe it can be a huge factor. It's just that if that's the only thing you're betting on is that plus draft picks, it's just a really risky path. I think it can be the highest reward path. Like if you don't waste money on a mediocre guard in free agency and you hit on some young players and you develop young players, then you're in a really good situation with a very young, high quality offensive line. That is a possibility. No one wants to hear it, but it is a possibility. But there's also the real chance that they are just not good enough. And that's pretty nerve-wracking. So we'll see. There's part of me that's kind of like, man, if that's where you go, maybe that'll give the coaches, the players, the amount of motivation to really just go at this super hard. And maybe that'll work out. Like, I don't know. I want to be optimistic about it, but it's rough right now. All right, Danny McCormick says we have a big issue if Hawks are cash short. So, guys, I'm gonna keep telling you, like, this is this speculation. There's no viable, like, the chances that, and again, I've said before, and I'll keep saying this every time. I like Dan Veens, former sports broadcaster, could have some connections, smart guy, passionate Seahawks fan. The chances that he's got a scoop that Brady Henderson, Bob Condata, everybody else has not heard of or reported on is pretty unlikely. That none of the national guys, you don't think the national guys are clued into situations about ownership and, that kind of stuff? Like, it seems pretty far-fetched to me. It could be true. I'm just saying, personally, I'm ignoring it. To me, it's if we were saying, hey, this could be a factor, and we just talked about it as if it could be a factor, sure, it could. But it's not a real thing. That's not how I'm treating it. All right, Jordan Farrell says, apologies if you've mentioned it already, but what are your thoughts on possibly getting Garrett Bradbury now the Vikings have Ryan Kelly? So, I didn't think that highly of Ryan Kelly at this stage in his career, and the fact that that Garrett Bradbury is getting replaced by him does not make me super excited about going and getting Garrett Bradbury. And as I've said before, I think Olu Oluwatimi and Jalen Sundell represent a reasonable center group to go with, especially if you go out and you get a center in the draft as well, like Jared Wilson or Gray Zabel. Zabel can play. I'd want him to play guard, but he could be a center if you needed him to. And so I'm not desperate to go like chasing shadows with mediocre guard play or mediocre tackle play. But yeah, I think Rob Staten talked about that. It could happen. I don't think I'd be super excited about it as like a huge game changer. All right, Kevin Mullen, would you flip a third to Miami for Tyreek Hill? Let's talk about it for a second. I mean, obviously Tyreek Hill said he was done with Miami, then recanted that and whatever. Tyreek Hill was also not the impact player he had been in previous years last year. So, personally, I would not. I would rather them spend this draft capital on young players and really just build. But it is a fair question. He might be available. I think a guy that I'd be more interested in that maybe you could get for a later round pick is Rashid Shaheed. Not positive that that's the case, that he could be available, but he is the guy that if the Saints traded him, they'd get the most cap space for doing so, which might be appealing to them. And I like the fact that he's been in this offense and been dynamic in this offense before. All right, a couple more super chats. Brian Masterson, would you say letting Damian Lewis walk looks foolish now? Not really. Like, they had a choice last year about let me put it this way. I think they had a choice a little bit about Damian Lewis or Leonard Williams because of the price tag that Damian Lewis was going for. And I think they made the right choice in Leonard Williams. Then I think they had another choice in terms of Noah Fant. And I don't think that it's really not the same. Like from a money perspective, it's not the same, especially over the full contract value. I would have spent the money on Damian Lewis before I'd spend it on Noah Fant. I mean, personally, I wouldn't have spent any of the money on Noah Fant, but that's just me. So I'm not sure that that was really the option that fans want to believe it was. I also think Damian Lewis is just an okay guard. Like, he's not a game changing guard. We saw him for 4 years. He was part of those awful offensive lines. He was not a game changer. So, generally, spending big money on average players is not a path to building a great group. And I would much rather them spend that money on Charles Cross, Abe Lucas, those kind of guys, and then find some of this next generation. And beyond that, if they drafted Dominic Pooney last year, which they had every opportunity to do, I don't know that we're talking about Damian Lewis. So I think the process to me was fine. I know everyone's going to disagree. I don't really care. Like, we can all have our opinions. I saw Damian Lewis play a lot. He was super inconsistent. And I thought he was a pretty mediocre player. So I don't feel like spending $16 million a year on him last year was the move. And I also am not positive that it was even really an option. All right, Richie Brash. Throw some duct tape on my Metcalf jersey and wrote Darnold over it. Gonna be a great mentor for Jalen Milroe. Also, Zeitler or We Riot. Well, that's pretty funny. I know Richie has been eager to get rid of Geno Smith, who's now gone. And now we got Sam Darnold. I know he's also been a big Jalen Milroe guy. I am not. He's probably one of the least guys I'm interested in at this point, just based off what I've seen from him. And I think he's an awful fit for this offense. Under center, play action, bootleg, I think it's an awful fit for him. He has got the best single tool in the entire draft for quarterbacks, and that's his legs. He's got absolutely like top 10, top 15 running ability as a quarterback. So that's really great, but really, really limited as a passer. And I'm not sure I see how he becomes more than that. Felipe's back again, says we can't say that John Schneider doesn't believe in his process. LOL. Dahlman was a 4th rounder and Fries a 7th. JS is paying the price for not developing the offensive line with Pete Carroll. Yeah, I agree. Like, and it's a good point that a lot of these guys we're talking about were late round picks. So you do have to invest in developing these guys over time. All right, guys, I have to run once again. Sorry, I'm gonna probably. Well, I'll take a quick vote. I can either shut this down because I got to go to a doctor's appointment and then I'll be back. I can either shut this down and then start it back up if news starts, or I can leave it running. So I'm going to leave this up to chat. I'll be gone for probably, I don't know, like hour and a half or so. So you let me know whether I should shut it down or keep it going. All right. I got people saying close, shut it down. All right. I'm shutting this down, folks. I appreciate people sticking around. I will bring us back up if any news breaks once I get back from my doctor's appointment. All right. Take care. Appreciate all of you. Make sure you give this show a like and click the bell to get notified when I go live, because I might be going live later today. But appreciate all of you. Have a great rest of your day.